Hello, it's me again. It's me. Okay. Right. It's me again. So, what are we doing today? We're gonna do something with the simulated waterfall. Let's just check we've got some audio, a lot of fans going on here. So, what are we doing today? We're going to do something with the Okay, seems okay. Maybe we're getting a bit of air blowing in. Let's just move that one. Alright. So anyway, what we're doing, right, we're going to fill this area. Fill this bottom area with some buttons. And then we're going to fill this area here with a simulated waterfall. And we've got to have a grid and then a scale and all the normal stuff. So in order to know what we've got to have, we're going to have to mimic the FT-710 waterfall buttons. So let's do that. Alright, here we go. Let's just do it. So off we go up to here, and let's do the buttons. So I'm going to have to switch the radio on. Let's switch the radio on. Of course you can't switch it on until you give it a second. After putting the power on. Right, so okay, so we've got something called center 3D SS multi expand, span and speed. Okay, so we'll have all those on there. Let me just check the audio one more time. I want to make sure the fan's not blowing into the microphone. 3D SS multi. Yeah. Okay, so let's start off with the buttons, and those are easy enough to add in. So, how do we do them? Can we use the that won't work. We've got to run it. Just want to see if the function buttons are a close enough approximation. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, they are. They are sort of. So to that end. They're not square, that's sort of a band with bars in it. And a line down it, yeah, okay. Right, so, tell you what then. Yeah, we could use that. Right, let's use that and find the item we need. So, we need to find it. I don't know where it is now. Might have to go on intrams a bit tonight, so I've got a bit of a dodgy belly after eating a salad, ham salad roll from a well-known UK. So I don't know what that was all about. Anyway, so let's find some appropriate buttons. So we want the function list, just to copy the button style and everything. Here we go. So something like it. So let's just do that then. Okay, we're going to copy it over. Now it's got to go into the tab area for the simulated waterfall. So we're going to put it in there. It's going to go down the bottom. So let's stick one in there. We can't have I don't think we need an X name on it. Probably don't need an X name, we can just use the tag facility, so we'll tag it as 0. Right, and text block, 2 lots of text block. Okay, we don't need 2 lots of text block, we only need 1 lot of text block. And it doesn't have to actually change. The text always stays the same. We might just animate the... Oh my god, look how far it is. Now I've deleted some stuff. Right, so what we're going to do is... So we've got a border, and we've got a tab item. So let's just give that a little bit of space. And the text, first text is center. Nope, center, that's it. Right, so we've got center. It's not showing because we don't know where it is yet. Right, so we're going to have to give it a name. So let's bring it down. So column 1, no, it's trying to fit into a grid. We haven't got a grid this time. So let's take away the grid, and we need to put in a canvas left and top. Okay, so we're going to have a canvas left and top. It's not showing up at the minute, so begs the question, why not? We're in waterfall, and where it is selected is true, so it's not showing. So let's bring, I don't know where it is. Interesting that it's not showing up. Function block. Right, let's try and bring it down. Let's come across a bit. So it ought to be in view, but it's not, so begs the question, why? That's a good one, isn't it? New one on me. Okay, let's make the border background pink so we can find it. Still can't see it, so that's an... Oh, you can't have a property of background, so we're going to have to... that'll be fill, won't it? Let's do the fill. Fill, there's no fill. Why no fill? So that's a border, and we've got a border fill. Border brush. No. No, there must be a fill. Not today. Why is not? What's this going on with this today? Okay, we'll do it by stack panel then. That's weird. So there's no pink to be seen. So in that case, right, let's make background pink. So there's something very, very strange happening here. It's not responding to any of the pink detail, which is very strange. I have done an update to Visual Studio Update recently, so just before we started, so maybe they've done something, or maybe I'm not. Oh, there it is. Right, so it is there, but we've got no pink background, so anyway, we've got it there, so let's bring it down more. That's not actually moving. See that? So that is because we haven't got a canvas. We haven't actually got a canvas. That's right. That's why we need a canvas. I can't have a canvas with the same name as one we've already got, so we're gonna have to have a so it's this one is the simulated waterfall tab canvas. Okay, so okay, let's do background pink. So I still haven't got, no, can't have a pink. What? Oh, it can have a pink, it's just getting slow. So there's nothing showing. Which is very strange. So we've got, that is showing there. Right, canvas left is not working. I don't know what's going on here. It's not responding. So that's definitely the right one. No, it's not responding. See that? It's staying where it is. Build. I think their visual, there it is. The Visual Studio update is broken. They've broken my IDE. How dare they? I thought I was going insane for a minute. Well, where is it then? So where's the one I've just put in? There's something going wrong. What on earth is happening today? Right, so let's build again. The build is not updating. Display canvas style. So we're inside a canvas. The border is, yeah. Let's just try 2. Did I? Oh, there it is. Right. Right. What's it doing right down there? It was off the screen. So let's put this back to 0. And 0. Right, so we're back to there. At least we got it moving now. It wouldn't move a minute ago. Right, so top, we'll bring it down. So let's say 200. We want a bit more, so 220. It's too much. 210. Not enough. 216. Maybe. Bring it over. And over some more. Maybe need to be bigger. No, it's not bad compared to the FT-710. So we need to make the border bigger actually. So what we're going to have to do is create a new style. So there's the style, and we want to create a new style on it. So I'll just put it in at the top. Function menu border style. No, it's the simulated waterfall border style. There we go. There we go. So simulated waterfall border style. Oh no, that's that one. Yeah, that's the one. And the text can stay the same. So what we need to do now is make that a little bit bigger. So go back to the YAESU styles, and we want to make a bit bigger margin and padding. So so where is it getting its size from? Strange. So maybe it isn't getting its size because it used to be inside a grid. Oh, it's getting its size from this function. So if we go to that one, okay, we need to copy that. Go back up the top and put it down here. So this is a simulated waterfall text block style. There we go. Still we got no width and height. Doing pretty well, not really. Now the width and height was done by the border, no, the grid. So that's why we've got nothing there. It's just defaulting to that. Anyway, let's have our own style. So what we're going to do is we're going to mouse button line, so it's no longer the same thing. It's a simulated waterfall, mouse left button down. Okay. So most of it's right at the minute. So it's okay, we just want to get rid of the corner radius, so right, so we go on to corner radius, let's say it's 0 for now. So I've got a square. Then we want a give it a size. So let's give the border a size. So just copy these. So we'll give it a width and a height. Okay, the width I don't know. Let's say 80. Height, let's say 30. Okay, let's see what we've got now. Okay, it's more like it, I suppose. Yeah, we're a bit high. So the margin, let's keep this down to, let's change this down to nothing. Okay, so we're too high. So the height needs to be, I don't know, let's try 20. Still no good. Width, height. Strange. Well, we've got to build it. For some reason it's not changing it. Oh, cannot assign a collection, set a base. Right, something it doesn't like. Oh, here, where's that come from? Why has that suddenly appeared? That looks like corruption to me. Yeah, that's better. There's some strange things going on with this computer today. Supposed to get live updates out of it. Right, that's not too bad. Right, needs to be bigger. So let's say 4. And the font size probably needs to be bigger, maybe? Let's have a look. No, its font size is okay as it is. But we're touching the bottom now. We don't want to be touching the bottom particularly. So right, so we're going to have to move the top back a little bit, so let's say 4. Yeah, that's not bad. Now we either have a band going all the way across, although we're not going to fill all that up at the minute with them. So okay, that's one done. Let's do the next one. So the next one's just a copy of this one, but instead of a tag of 0 we'll have it a tag of 1, and we need to move it across. So let's move it across like that. It needs to touch the next one, so let's try and find the gap. There's the gap. I want a small gap like that, that'll do. And this one's going to be called 3DSS. Are we really going to go 3D? I put it in as a placeholder, but I don't think I want a 3D thing happening, but you never know. So I'll do another one. Tell you what, let's put all these together. They're all going to butt up together anyway. So 2, and this one is going to be multi. Oh, we really want a multi? I suppose just all I want really is expand and span. No, span and speed really. But anyway, we'll put them in as placeholders. Okay, next one. You never know, someone else might want to contribute something to it. Let's expand. So we haven't got multi up yet, so we need to go across to that's too much, so that's it. So this one will have to go I don't know, 2 whatever, 2 1 out. Too much. 70, 60, and 62, 64. It's too much. 63. Okay. So we'll move these across after. What's next? Right, expand. Let's do the next one. So what you need to do is 2, 3, 4. Tag is used in the mouse click. That's where we use the tag. Saves having loads of mouse event functions. So span next, and we need to move it across again. So let's say 300, 40, 45, 44. There we go. So the next one. Oh, we might be able to fit some extra stuff in here. We might be able to have some extra, something more than the norm. Yeah, I might put something extra there. So we've got speed, and we need to move it across. So we've got send to 3DSS, whatever that is, 3D multi, expand, and span and speed. So we've got to well, we can either move it across or add one more. Let's add one more. Let's add one more, since we've got a wide screen compared to the other bit. What are we going to call it? I suppose start stop. We want to be able to start and stop it. because we don't have a dedicated chips doing this, so we need to stop it sometimes. Okay, so if we're going to have a start-stop, we need to make these smaller. Let's put the stop in and resize these things a little bit. Oh, start and stop. I suppose you could replace the start to the stop. I don't know. I will call it stop, but it might not be a stop. Right, let's just do it. Might not be a stop. Right, let's just bring it in line with that. Okay, so we've got to have it slightly smaller, so we need to go over to the YAESU style and the width. Don't know. Let's have it 74. And then we've got to go and push them all up again. So that's starting where about we want it. So let's bring these back. So we want to come back to 98, 95, yeah, and then we want, just bring that back about, no, okie dokie. Alright, this is a bit trial and error, but we'll move it around in a minute. Right, yeah, that's boring stuff. Right, the start needs to come back, so oh, that's okay. So 507. Right, there we go. What does it look like? Suppose right on the bottom there, I don't know, maybe it's, yeah, sort of goes down, doesn't it? So I think we need to put some filler in. Let's do that now. Let's put some filler. Right, this is not going to have a tag value, it's just a border. And I don't want a text back panel. That's it. So I just want a little bit of something there. We don't need a mouse event on it. Okay, so we want one at the end as well. One at the end. I'll need to give it something like 500. Let's change the top to 100. Move it across. And just bring it down. Okay, that's okay, but it's not gone behind. Right, so that's, yeah, it's not gone behind, is it? It's not gone behind, so... because the rig is, this is, yeah, so that's right. So this would have to be moved. It's got to stay where it is, but, that's a problem. Yeah. What's happened to our meter as well? My meter seems to have gone weird here, doesn't it? It's been cut off. Why does my meter look like it's moved, the needle? Right, anyway, so what are we going to do with that? Let's undo that then. Undo that. I did try, but... Okay, so we're back to there. We can leave them like that, I suppose. I'll knock them down. So we're on 214. We'll leave them there. Okay, we'll leave them there. Right. So we've got some buttons. We need a function for the buttons. Let's go to the function. It's going to create a new one, so we're going to have to copy. We need this functionality here. Delta mouse. No, we don't want mouse wheel. This is it. Left button down. We want a switch case. Okay. Probably want a debug as well. So let's copy all that out of there. Go down to here. Paste it in there and delete some of this stuff that shouldn't be here, and copy that into this debug section. Right, and we need a new so we need a new class, really. Yeah, simulated waterfall class. Okay, let's create a new simulated waterfall class. It won't be a user control, it'll be the whole class. Yeah, so new item. Simulated waterfall. You can call it a class, or that'll do. Right, simulated waterfall. Okay. So we've got that there, so we need a struct. So we'll have a struct. I'll put the struct. Let's put the struct in here. So we go byte or int. Let's do byte. I like byte. Right, so the first one is center. So it doesn't like the thing beginning with a 3. Yeah, it doesn't like to start with a 3. So I knew that would be a problem anyway. Okay, so we'll have to just put an underscore under it. Right, so we got our that's it. So we go over to here again. So we go into our simulated, go to the definition. So we're going to take the switch from the tag value. So we don't want these no more. Let's just get rid of that. We're going to go case. So we need to do a using. Let's find something with a using in. Right, that's fine. And we also need to put that into the main one as well. Actually, that shouldn't be there, that should be in the main one, not there. So we want it to appear in the main. Okay. Right. So now if we go down to here, we should be able to bring in, there we go, center, that's the value of 0, yeah. Right, well, I need to put these in a few times. No, pressing the wrong buttons yet. So we've got center 3DS. What's that doing? Multi. Expand. Span. And speed. And then we've got start. Stop. And default button, if it can't be determined, or just make it do whatever the stop is. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. So we should be able to now click on these buttons. So let's see if we can run it up and click on it. You won't see nothing happening. You'll just see it come up here saying what I've tagged, what's been clicked on. So down here you'll see simulated waterfall, mouse left button down equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're all working. Now, what happens when I click one of these? Actually, nothing on the real YAESU, nothing happens. Yeah, so it doesn't show you anything, so it's just as well. The backgrounds are a little bit darker on here, so we'll leave them as they are though. Yeah, leave them as they are. They look the same on there as they do on the VFO, so we'll leave them the same. Right, so far we've got the buttons in. What are you making? Welcome to the stream, Joe. Joe Azera. Welcome, Joe Azera. We're making a what they call a software front end to a physical transceiver. It's a ham radio transceiver, so it's a software front end that you can plug in. Why don't you just use Claude code? People tell me to use Claude code. I don't know what Claude code is. I haven't tried it. I've tried ChatGPT and I've tried Gemini, and some people say use CodePilot within Visual Studio instead of going out to use those. Claude code, I have no clue what Claude code is. Presumably it's another AI for coding, is that right? And does it cost anything? I've tried to do everything without cost. If I've got to sign up to some subscription, then can't do it, even though it might be detrimental. Yeah, so I have done some parts of this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I should Google it. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know what Claude code is. No idea what it is. Other than what I can imagine it is. Or I should try it one day. But I mean, I can ask it just to do everything. I just say, please, do I have a GitHub? Do I have a GitHub? Do I have one? I have got a GitHub, yeah. Yeah, I've got a GitHub. Let's have a look. Let's bring it up. Right, let's bring the GitHub. So github.com/Dave Paul Jones. Here's the GitHub. Yeah. There's the GitHub. So I've also got a DevOps, but it's only the GitHub that's public, I think, at the minute. So just got this repository I put in here at the minute. That's a public one, and it's basically Event Horizon. I've licensed it under GPL3. Buy me a coffee on Patreon. Yeah, you'll have an hard job because I never finished it off. Anyway, I never finished the Patreon thing. So you've got your splash screen to start it off, and then this is basically what comes up on your screen. So you've got your tree view, and it's about a SQLite database basically for adding stuff in and printing out stuff. It shrinks. All this side collapses. It collapses if you're on a laptop. If you're on a widescreen, it'll give you these ears. But yeah, it's just a bit like LARS, library something acquisition retrieval system. So it's just put your data in, bring it back out, and then it's got reminders all by new. So you can be reminded about anything you want. So I used to do one as a bug report, bug fix. That's what I used to use mine for, but I spent more time filling it in and taking it out than getting the work done. Anyway, so what do we do? Let's go back. That's your fork of Unexpected Maker's tiny watch. So I bought a watch off him, so I forked it off but never done anything. I've never made a release version of this, so I don't think anyone's forked it or used it. So, but anyway, it's just a database retrieval thing. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know what Claude is. Claude code, I don't know. Yeah, so what's happened to my needle? Maybe nothing's happened to it, maybe that's how it was. I think I better run it up. Let's switch the radio on. I don't know, I want to make sure I haven't corrupted something. I'll switch the real radio on. Oh, it's fine, it's just it was down here. See if anyone's on. A lot of noise. A lot of noise and nothing there, so let's try this one. It's basically searching for some activity on the frequencies. Still noisy. Yeah, signal to noise ratio. Everything's in the skip, in the rubbish. What about this one? Yeah. Anyway, so Claude Code is an AI-powered coding agent. Right. Got ya. Right, welcome. Welcome to the live stream. So it's just me coding, really. I do this. I don't know why I do it. Just making a tool for my radio and sharing it. I'm streaming it. I don't know why I'm streaming it. I'm just streaming it. And if anyone wants it, when I've finished it or whatever, they can have it. They can use it for free. Yeah, use it for free. I'm going to put it on GitHub, so we'll put this onto GitHub at some point when it's sort of sufficiently developed. So what we don't want is people saying, oh, this doesn't work or that doesn't work. At the minute this button doesn't do anything. You know, if I click that up I can bring up a menu and then alter some parameters here. And there's your display there. I want to make that a rainbow colour. The higher up in wattage it turns red, but it'll always be there. That location will always be occupied by the watts, so you can see straight away what your watts are. Like 100 watts. Put it back down to 5 watts. I thought about when it gets below 10 watts or 10 watts or below, it puts the QRP extension on it. Yeah, QRP. So built in I've got a Morse code decoder as well. Works sometimes. Lot of variables for signal and pitch. Now this is a variable one. It's a self-adjusting one. So what I wanted to do as well, also the self-adjusting parameters, is have them visible across here. So when it's struggling, I need to tell you it's struggling and then try and hone itself in. So maybe red if it's struggling, and green when it's nice, and something else, other colour if it's struggling the opposite way. So you can see, and when it starts to take it, no problem, you can start to decode it. You can see your values that work, and you can give it some Morse code at a different speed or a different audio tone or something, and see where it starts to drift. So try and get it to self-correct, if you know what I mean. Anyway, there's that. So today we're trying to put a simulated waterfall in. So when we do a scan here, these scans, so if we scan it, I can't believe there's no one on 20 meters. So we'll do a scan. Well, instead of doing this scan and putting them to the list, we'll just scan and we'll have these appearing to fill a crossways. And the width will be, well, instead of having a bar, we'll have a line item, just a line, a pixel width, pixel height line of the width, and we'll slowly have a timeline falling away here, indefinitely falling away. So these are the values it's reading. Now, your signal to noise ratio is what they call a level. You've got a level control, and which is here. So you can alter the level. So whatever this is on, this knob will adjust. So I come out, that's telling you this knob will adjust whatever this is on. So if you're doing a waterfall and you're back over to, let's just silence that. So if you're back over here, and you can adjust your level, so the higher you go in level, the signal to noise ratio floor will rise up and down. So we've got to do a grid. It's like a chart over time, but instead of the traditional way of doing it is to have a software defined radio with a waterfall feature that's actually sampling audio and signal level and doing it all loads of things at once. This radio is not capable of all that, so we've got to simulate it. But what we can do is change the frequency quite quickly, change it. We can measure the signal level, and pretty much that's about it really. So we're going to try to recreate a voice pattern with a signal strength. So if all you'll see, if you've got the noise floor will just be flat. Obviously it'll be up and down depending on what the noise is like on the receiver. And then when you see some activity signal strengths, depending on the span, which it'll be a scale, will automatically adjust the width of this. So this width can go right up to there. So we're going to have a single line coming out, and the width will match the scale. So, and what it's going to do, it's going to, the scale will automatically adjust and where it's sampling. So it's going to, I know some insider information on the band we're on, and it's going to use the RSGB, probably RSGB, and whatever else that tells you what the necessary bandwidth is. So the expected bandwidth. So that needs to adjust with the scale, and then we've got to shrink the signal strength. So this value here, we'll have to shrink it in width according to this scale, but then we push the center of it, whether it's up or lower sideband, probably we'll push the center of it over top of the frequency. So along here we'll have the frequency, and we'll have the timeline. The timeline increases when you alter the speed. So the faster the speed, the faster the events fall off. So detection events, we'll call them, signal strength events. So it's going to be a simulated one, but rather than have this one where we have to scan and search through it, those lines where they get bigger, that's where it's going to put the simulation up. So there'll be a line on the screen. Some of it might be noise, it might not be a station there. So that was noise there. So basically what you're going to see is you're going to see, just get an idea of where the channel, the frequencies that are busy or clear, and you got the chance, you can
is my name, Roger.
So at the minute we can click this button, QMB, quick memory bank, we can add it over here, carry on searching. So, I mean, you could lie that on its side and have them growing like that across here, but it won't be representative of the frequency. It'll be roughly. But what I want to do is do the line, so as people talk, every time you sample it across the duration of the... So let's just shut that off a minute. So going back over to here, so every time somebody talks at different levels and then goes quiet, you'll see basically longer and shorter, and it'll sort of represent a voice pattern, sort of. Sideband, if it's sideband transmission, the power will change to as you're talking. So you'll have a sweep. Basically, you can have a sweep that sweeps across the entire start to finish of the span, but at the same time, whichever the center frequency down here, whatever it is, whichever one you're on, center or whatever we've changed it to, will reflect the live data of this. So it'll show you a sweep, but it'll also superimpose on top the live data or incorporate it in. So as they're talking, you'll see this altering. Then we can do stuff like find me a clear frequency or avoid busy areas, you know, things like that. It'll give you a proposed list of, or it'll highlight the areas. Although you'll be able to see it on this, you'll be able to see it better. So anyway, we need to get some kind of simulated waterfall out of it. So it won't be like standard SDR stuff, but it'll be something better than nothing, because this radio doesn't have it. It's got what they call a scope on it. On the actual radio you can press scope and it will actually, you can hold it in and it's actually updating itself. It looks like it's updating once every second, maybe half a second. It's doing a sweep. So more than likely it's muted the audio and it's just going across the band so quickly and sampling the signal level, probably doing a similar thing. So from that you can see, it's very basic, but you can see where the activity is. So in theory I should be able to simulate the same thing on here, or with better graphics basically. Yeah, better graphics. So we've got minus 175 kilohertz to plus 175 kilohertz, and it says 50k, so we're spanning 50k, I think. Is that right? 50k? No, don't know what the 50k is for. 50 kilohertz. Don't know what that 50k is for. Anyway, let's come back out of it. Yeah, so we've got to make these scales, but the scale has to be able to be altered. So when you change the span, you're altering the scale. Change the speed, you're altering the speed at which it decays at, or which it goes to the next instruction. Obviously you don't want when you're busy listening to someone or transmitting, you don't want the scan running. You don't want the scan running at all. So this, yeah, it's going to be difficult. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, and it won't be as good as an FT-710 or the new range of YAESU radios, but it will be something better than nothing. Yes, something better than nothing, if that's even a thing. Yeah, something better than nothing. Right, so we've got these. Some of these have to change, but I'm not. Hang on, let's just go through them, see what changes. So center, go fixed, center, cursor fixed, center, cursor fixed. 3D, it highlights it, then it comes off. Multi highlights it, then comes off. Expand highlights it, then comes off. Span gives you an option to change. So we need that facility. Change the span 1k to 100k, 1 kilohertz to 1000 kilohertz, and the speed also. Get to choose the speed. So we need a user control that brings up more buttons, and as soon as you click, it sets it. Anyway, so that's later. We've got to get some. We're happy to get something out of it for now. So we need a start and a stop. Speed, maybe we can alter the speed. The span we'll keep fixed for the minute, and expand we'll keep where it is. So these are for future use. So anyway, so next thing we need to do is add a grid. We need a grid. So it looks like you've got the center frequency at the bottom, and you got your minus kilohertz and your plus kilohertz. So that should be easy enough to do. So it's in the form of a line. Right, let's do that next then. But we'll go with bits that are easy to do. So we need to create a line across there with some text on it. The text is quite small, unfortunately. So we've got the buttons. Now they're at the bottom, so we'll leave them at the bottom. So what we want, we'll work our way up. So we want a line. So let's have a line. Is there such thing as a line in? Yeah, we can do a line. Okay, so the line. First thing is a canvas, top and left. Let's close the line. We can, I don't know what the line does, so has it got a stroke colour? Yeah, so stroke needs to be white. Now is it a width? Width, let's say 200. Height. Has it got a height? No. So we're width of 200 on a line. Right, we need to make it appear somewhere, so let's say, I don't know, let's say 100. And left, let's go, I don't know, 220. So we're not getting a stroke. Is there a fill? There is a fill, so maybe the stroke is transparent until we give it a border style or fill style, so we'll say white. Has the line appeared anywhere? Can't see it. So there's no height property then. So it's a single line, isn't it? Let's see what we got here. We've got a bitmap effect. Cursor, drag, effect, drop, fill, flow direction. A flow direction, what's that? Has it got an angle or something? Flow direction, left to right. So I could ask AI to do this now. But do I learn anything if I ask AI? Maybe. Oh, it's got X1. Right, so you need coordinates then. Okay. X1 equals, say, I don't know, 200. Oh, we've got a line. Is there a Y? Yeah, there's a Y1, so you can do 300. Okay, so we can move the line around. Okay, so on this occasion we just want to move it. So we've got a line, but it's not really, if I change that, what happens? Yeah, so we can move it around. So let's move it around. Okay, so we want to go from off the screen. Let's bring it down. So this is where we bring it down to somewhere like that. Slowly getting there, so we need to go up a bit more. Something like that, maybe. Now, do we go off the screen altogether, or do we move it over? Do we go sort of there, start there? We could start with that. Or do we want to come off the screen? I think we should just go off the screen, maybe. We'll leave it there for now. So there's your direction, so we want to go a bit more than... Oh, what's happened there? X1, so what have we done? Oh, we've got a 200 width here. That's sort of not doing anything. So X200. Oh, there we go. So it was the width that was affecting it. Almost. 598, 99. Does that line up? Maybe it was 100. So it was 600. Yeah, so it was fine as it was. So we've got a line, and it does look a bit thicker than normal. It's quite a thick line, isn't it? So stroke thickness, I think you can do. Stroke thickness 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, yeah, 1's okay. I thought it'd be finer than that, but never mind. Well, that's it. So we're okay. We've done the line. That never has to change. It's only the labels underneath it that change. Now if I change the span to 1000, oh, the labels stay the same. Oh, that's good. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 labels, and it's they stay the same, font size and everything. They just change the value that's within. That makes it even easier. Right, so what we want now is 3 white labels. So we could just do a text block. Let's do a text block, and that'll go underneath the line. These do have to have variables in it, so each text block's going to have to be in a stack panel. So we want a stack panel. Stack panel, orientation, horizontal. Right, in the stack panel we're going to have a text block. We've already got it at the top. So this is going to be minus 20k. Minus 20k. Small k? Yeah, small k. We need to position that. Well, we need to start this off. Well, we don't need a stack panel. Tell you what, let's not have a stack panel, let's have a canvas. Right, we'll have a canvas, so no orientation. Okay, so we've got our canvas, and we'll have to put we've got to set our canvas size, so we'll have to do this to it. Background is pink, and we need a width and a height. Width, I don't know, 600. Height, I don't know, let's say 10. Say 12. Right, so we've got our pink area. So we want to come down off the top a little bit. Something like that. The font, simulated waterfall text block, the font size, I suppose we could make the font size bigger. Can't hardly see that screen, and we're not going to have that much detail in here to start with. So we want a transparent background though. So we need to position it. The text block needs to be able to be positioned. So let's do that. Right, so we're going to position the text within, I suppose we could have a margin. So the top will be 0. Right, so you need padding. Padding 0. Yeah, so top's not good straight away. Yeah, sorry, coding. Claude code. Yeah, we'll have a look one day. My brain can only work at so speed. I need to know what it's doing. If it starts chucking loads of stuff at me, I'll just get lost. I'll be lost and not good. And then, yeah, I'd rather just play around with it. I don't know what I'm gonna, I don't want its interpretation of it. I want my interpretation of it. So yeah. So the font size, we need to override the font size a little bit. Font size, I don't know, 10. It's not too bad actually. That's all right. I'll keep it at that. I can just about see it. And we're still. Have I got padding on here? Shouldn't do. No. Right, so we can go back a bit. -2. Okay, -1. That's not bad. So take the pink off it now. So no pink. We've got to position them. Obviously, they look like they're positioned. You've got one in the centre. So we're going to have to call this an X name. They've got to be dynamically changed. So this is the span labels. So yeah, it's the waterfall simulated water. We're in there anyway, so we'll call it span labels. Text span label text block. Okay, and that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will be span label 1 text block. Hate doing that. Right, okay. So far so good. So we want another one. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the live stream. LibRab103. Is this for a software-defined radio you have? It isn't. It isn't. It's for a ham radio transceiver, a YAESU FT-891. I suppose it's not. They're all digital, but analog and digital. Hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's a ham radio. I've got a transceiver. It looks the same as. It looks the same as the radio here. This is like a picture of it. We're doing a software front end for it, and it doesn't actually have coloured graphics or any of this. Sort of like this basics. It doesn't have a waterfall like on modern SDR radios. So we're going to try and simulate one. We won't be able to get a fantastic one like buying a software-defined radio, but we're just going to add what we can to it, just what we can. I did something years ago on advanced motion detection back in 2003. I wrote a program that at the time they wanted you had to get a third-party control to do motion detection. And you had to pay a subscription every month or so that you used it in every program you put it in. So I thought, well, that's nice, but I'm only playing with it. I don't want to be paying money for something. So in the end, I wrote my own. And instead of it just put modern day, it was way ahead of its time, but modern day motion detection now, it puts frames around it and tracks it. It's pretty clever. But what I did with mine, I compared bitmap. I used to convert the CCTV, it's just a composite video, into a bitmap, and then any change from the previous bitmap to the next one would highlight in a red dot. So basically any motion gets highlighted. Otherwise the picture would just show you, the picture just shows you the picture, but if there's any movement be in a picture, if you're capturing a camera picture or video picture, you'll get noise in there, so you might not, the frame might not change from one to the other, but you'll get noise. So I had to put a variable parameter to, I need to detect change in pixels from over a certain percentage, a threshold, so to allow for a tolerance. It's no good detecting. Yeah, it was, because it's like a lot of things I do. I have ideas and then I can't implement them quick enough, and then a few years later, it's like the Chinese or anyone else has caught up. They've caught up. I had so many ideas, but you can't implement them quick enough. The only way to implement them quick enough, you need to get a group of people together and get them all working at once on different parts to get it quickly done as quick as possible and out there. But I don't know, my day job, I suppose, without blowing your own trumpet, I've been too useful to people. So if you want to go and do something, they can't afford to lose you on what you're doing already. So yeah, so game developer, for instance, my son's he writes 3D games, but I feel sorry for him because he basically puts all the time and effort in, and if you're on your own doing it, you can do a great job. It takes you months and months, years, and you get 100 game developers working for a company. They all do a little bit each, so yeah. Anyways, going back to this, I used to compare the dots, and I could scan in red, green and blue, and all three. So it was a bit like the Predator, the Predator film, where it changes his lenses to see different environments. So if somebody was walking with a red coat on, red trousers, in front of a garage door that just happened to be red, so you'd walk in front, but if you're scanning for red, as soon as you stand still in front of a red shutter or door, you effectively disappear. So I built into it the feature to, you have a known empty frame where there's nobody there, known empty frame, and you have to remember. So not only does it do motion detection, it can do presence detection. So if you're still there, if you suddenly stand still, a lot of cameras, motion detection, they will lose you. They will lose after so many frames. I don't know, maybe the modern day cameras are fantastic, so maybe they wouldn't, but traditionally they'd lose you. And if you could walk or move slow enough to in between the noise value, you could get away with moving without being detected. So what you do is, if you're tracking someone, you could swap the colour mid-flow. So if you lose them, you could suddenly change to a different colour, and you could probably do infrared as well. So you could, there's so many different things. But anyway, instead of having a square around it, we used to just change the pixels that are changed. So if you were walking, say for instance, or you wave your hand, any motion would be highlighted by the change in pixels. So I would turn those pixels from the true colour image into red or something, and you could see straight away what pixels had changed. So effectively you got it was only low resolution at the time, 320 by 240, on purpose, and I would scan that, compare every pixel against the other one, but with a margin of error, so you'd have to be a certain amount of motion on top, and then I could actually frame the area. You could look at a busy road, you could have people walking down the path, people on a driveway. I actually set one up, camera overview, watching the drive area, and I could bound the areas that I was interested in, and say if anyone comes within this area or close to my car, within about 1.5 meters of the car, they could quite happily walk down the path, no problem, away from the car. But if they got near the car, it would give out an audible warning: please keep clear of the vehicle, your photo's gone off to a monitoring station. If you persist, the vehicle will be on its way, that kind of thing. And it would give out speak to you, speech synthesis or whatever, or I had it all set up. I did install it once as a demo, and that's it, and times move on, but yeah. So I even set up frames. I set some frames up, areas within the picture that you could put your hand, and I was doing playing sound samples. Like I had 8 octaves of rectangles on the screen, and I could move my hands up and down and play notes at different volume levels. So like an instrument with nothing, just by moving your hands and looking at the screen where you frame the areas of motion. So you could trigger stuff within the motion. Now it's all great stuff now, but they're just doing event-driven stuff like capture the frame, security cameras. There's a bit more to it. You could make games and stuff. You could do stuff with it other than just capturing a security camera. It's what a shame. What a shame. That's not a lot of them. They're just happy with that, and it gets recorded to a network video recorder, and the only time they ever view it back is if there's an incident. Yeah, I use OpenCV in college. When I was in a drone club, we had to detect different colours, shapes and numbers as we flew over an area. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I've heard of OpenCV. I think Unexpected Maker was using that at some point, trying to detect who's making something in the room to be able to, or was it something to do with pick and place? Probably. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so it was ahead of your time then. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I've still got the file on my computer somewhere. It'd be interesting, but I made it in Visual Basic 6. It was, Visual Basic 6, and I did. That's when everyone was doing forms. I forgot about this actually. Everyone was doing bland forms, Windows forms, but I made mine with skin on it. I even create monitors, so you could have multiple monitors. I don't know what I was doing, but so much work went into it. It's crazy. I'm just trying to think if I could find it now. Let's just have a quick gander. Probably on the hard drive somewhere, I would have thought. Let's have a quick look. It's just interesting to see it all. It took me ages to create the splash screen. I even had a splash screen on it. It's called. It was called Chopper. Chronograph, Hiatus, Observer, Psychology, Expedite, Reliever. So yeah, they all had weird names. So what have I done with them? My programming projects. Is it there? Can't see it there. Where is it? Chopper it was called. Don't see it. Right, so where has he gone? Programming data. Motion demo. Yeah, some early motion demo back in. Oh, that's back in 2016. That one. What else we got? PLC programming. Yeah, I must have archived it off. Visual Basic files. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I've got it. I've got a lot of stuff here. I wish I could get the years back I spent on this stuff. Chopper full screen. There it is. Let's see what's in it. Yeah, some all sorts of stuff for video capture in here. Is there some pictures? Oh, there's sound waves in it. I could probably run this up in. I'd have to load Visual Studio. I don't got it on anymore. This is the. I used to play a wave sound, so I want to. Let's see what that is.
A temporary loss of stability resulting from the impact of a concentrated plasma charge.
Yeah, I think that was me playing around. Yeah, I used to use the button clicks out of some of the stuff. But in there, where has it gone? Hang on, it's all over the place. So you've got your data setup. So what's that? Oh, we've actually got a setup here. I could install it. I could actually install it. What's the? Yeah, so I started in 2003. Let's just try and set it up. Let's see if it will install it. I'm just going to install it, I think. No idea if it'll even run anymore. So I'm just installing it. I haven't seen it for a long time. A file being copied is not newer than the version. Your version, keep the version. Right, here we go. This will be interesting. Setup complete, according to that. And there will be some support files, but I can't remember if it needs any support files. Let's see if we can run it. Right, here we go. This will be a laugh, won't it? Ah, there it is. It's appearing on the other screen there. Runtime error, disk not ready. Ah, so it's closed. It's looking for a disk. It's, yeah, can't remember how I did it now. I think it's looking. Let's have a look. There it is. So what's it looking for? Well, I run that, it's come up on the other screen, that's a shame. Disk is not ready, so I think it's looking for a database or something. That's what it's looking for. So if I can find it again. Going off on a tangent here. Right, we've got set up. Right. OCX, etc. What's that? That's all the setup information. Yeah, it used a lot of controls for the graphics and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. There must have been a database file somewhere. I would have to load it into Visual Basic and try and find it. Yeah. Oh well, what a shame that is. Never mind. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I've spent a lot of hours on computer programming. I suppose I enjoyed it. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? Anyway, let's get on with this bit. Maybe I'll get that set up another day and have a look at it. It was interesting. Probably totally outdated now. But as far as Visual Basic goes, it was similar to this. Yeah, and it's supposed to be for forms and stuff. What I can't stand is people, they get some functionality out of their software with forms. Just like a Windows notepad or something. And it looks so drab, and when they could just easily put a skin on it, you know, and not make it like a form, make it like a physical item. But some people are happy with just to have something that's working. Anyway, right, let's sort these out. So what's the next one? 10K. So we're gonna have to move that over. So it's sort of there, maybe not so far back, so maybe that's it. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. We'll sort the spacing out in a minute. Sort the spacing out in a bit. Might as well put the next two in. So we want 3, 4 and 5, and we want them to be actual, that shows the frequency. So this one will actually show you, yeah, the frequency. So it will show you 14.252.000. That's all that shows you. Then the rest shows you plus 10k and plus 20k. Obviously they'll change. So we've gone. Let's get the middle one sorted out. 'Cause, that's got to be spot in the middle. So let's get it in the middle. It's not bad. There we go. Right, so the next one, obviously we've got to do some calculation here. Let's get the old calculator out. So we've gone from 2, 7, Actually, it's not going to be too good, is it? I'll tell you what, forget the calculator. Let's do trial and error. No, it's going to have to be more than that. Bit more than that. And a little bit more than that. Sort of like that. Yeah, maybe a bit less. Okay, let's go half and half. There we go. So this one will be 5. Something like that. That's not too bad actually. It's not too bad where it is. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so we've got some scale. These will change, so we've got to work out the span, so it brings up from 1k to 1000k. So when we press the span button, it needs to open a window so you can click on. So it needs a window with buttons, so we can create that. Yeah, we could either do that or do a scroll up and down. But the way YAESU does it is with a little window that comes and you just click on it. I suppose they're making it into a touch screen, so if you've got the mouse and you haven't got to scroll, how are we going to adjust it? So let's do it so it's a touch screen as much as possible. So I need a reusable window that opens up over here. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at what this looks like so far. Let's have a look. Slowly turning into something. Yeah, slowly turning into something. So, yeah, we need a window that opens up. What does speed do? Hang on. Speed. Oh, that opens another one. So we need a reusable window that we can fill in the selections. Expand, multi, 3DS, and center. Yeah, so it's only speed and span that adjusts something. Okay. So I wonder if there's a command to have a pop-up context menu, maybe. No, we are going to ask ChatGPT now. We're going to ask ChatGPT. Right, C#, Windows Presentation Foundation. I need a small window to pop up in the middle of another can't spell another window, but don't want to make a window or user control. Can it be done with another way? Another way. Yes, you can do it. And let's create another window. A few common ways. Overlay a border grid inside the existing window. Put a panel on top of the middle content. Hide it by T. Show it when needed. Okay, I could do that. That's a bit of a crude way of doing it, but yeah, it would work, I suppose. So center it in the middle and just make it pop up. Stephen Ludlum, let's welcome you. Thank you for working on this. Oh, you're welcome. Let's welcome you. Trust you've got one of the radios then. Stephen Ludlum 9746. Yeah, I'm working on it for my own needs. I'm just live streaming it. I live stream stuff because it's sort of like you're documenting it, and I remember years ago I sprayed some wheels on my car when I was young, about 18. I sprayed them. They were all Ross style wheels, and I got some custom wheel white paint, and I painted them custom wheel white, and the bits in the middle I painted. Oh, brilliant, you got one. I painted them bright red, so they're custom wheel white with bright red bits where the nuts, the flukes go on the wheel. And someone pulled me over after a week. They said, "Those are my wheels." I go, "What? You know about?" They said they'd been stolen out my garage, the same wheels. I go, I've sanded these down. We're on the car, and I've done them from scratch. I've bought the tins of paint and everything. So go and do one. So anyway, see if I had the cans, you know what I mean, there's no argument. With the live streaming, there's all sorts of people out there, strange people. They seem to have time to do stuff. Like while I'm at work all day and working out here, I haven't got time to do malicious stuff, or time to conjure up things. So I'm busy. So anyway, when I live stream it, if anyone come back, so I make a lot of different stuff over the years, so live stream it, and if anyone suddenly says, right, that's my idea, you copied my idea, or that's mine, or you stole that idea, or whatever it is, and all I've got to say is, well, go and have a look at the back catalogue on YouTube, and then still tell me then if you think I've copied it, you know what I mean? Yeah, so it's good that way, because I don't know, that there's some people who want to take a shortcut in life. They want to take a shortcut, and you know what I mean, you've got to cover yourself. And you cover yourself again with this, so make it open source. I'm not charging anyone for it, I'm giving it away. I'm doing it for myself, and giving back to the community. I try and give back to the community, so I've got a website. This is not it's my business website, but it doesn't make any money, it only costs me money. But I'll show it you because it's got a community section on it. Oops, hang on. Why has it got that on it? Right, so here's a website. This is a PCB I make. But in this section, if you go down the bottom, you've got a community. So on this page, I put stuff that I've made and give it back to the community. And I could link in the software on here, but it'll be on a GitHub anyway. In this day and age, you don't want to use code. Whenever it's Windows or something, it says, do you want to install this? It's an unknown publisher or untrusted. A lot of people just go ahead and do it, but the problem is you can do so much damage if you want it to be malicious, you know what I mean? Anyway, so giving back to the community. So we found it necessary to design and build a manual pick and place carousel inspired by unexpected makers 3D printed one. Here is the design and G-code files to build your own. So this is going back a bit. So you can link to all the files, and if you've got a milling machine or a laser machine, you could probably modify it to build this carousel. So all my little electronic bits to make this board is in like this fishing weight thing. It's got an open section, you spin it round. So that was part of that, and there's a link to the YouTube there. Like so. Anyway, I need to add more stuff onto it. So let's close that down. So anyway, I'll just document it. Yeah, it's a great way to document stuff. Yeah, I just don't want anyone saying I've copied them or something, you know what I mean? My mate used to go gigging, right? He used to write songs and send them around the world to different record companies. And what he'd do is he'd put the lyrics in an envelope and a tape of the recording, and he'd post it to himself, seal it and post it to himself, and then it would get a date and time stamp from the post office, and he'd just store it somewhere. So if anyone says you've nicked your song, it got the date and time stamp. That was the old way of doing it. So with the YouTube, it's another way of doing it. Check out your website. Yeah. Oh right, yeah, your website. Yeah, that's still. I set up a company 2019, open to sell the PCBs that I made. It's a platform, ESP32, and I wrote the software. It took me 14 years. I don't know whether you've been on the channel before. Here's a quick link at the software. I seem to show everyone now. Now I'm programming on the screen. This what took me 14 years. Now it probably wouldn't take as long. So this is the kind of thing that I've been making in the past. It's just so. This is like a software front end to a server rack, but each device here is a piece of equipment in the rack, which equates to, not that one, where is it? Yeah, equates to a PCB. So I designed the PCB and built it myself to do a certain task, and it sits and fits into this. You can do all sorts with this, voice commands if it's feeling up to it, with all the fans going and the live stream streaming. Let's try it. You pass. What time is it?
The time is 8:58 p.m.
Yeah, you can. I've built in grammar into it, so it's looking for the word you pass, and then it's looking for some sentences like, what time is it? If it manages to reference everything I'm saying against a parser, and it's still in the right order, it will do whatever I've told it to do. Like I can expand that. I can expand that by clicking, or I can move the mouse away and I can say, "You pass expand 8.1. You pass collapse 8.1. You pass expand all engines. You pass expand rack. You pass collapse rack." It's collapsed over to the primary screen. So anyway, you pass collapse all engines. Yeah. So you can do stuff like that. You can crazy. I can expand it. It's gone onto the primary screen, so I have to drag it back over. So you've got your tree view, scripting language. I've showed you this before. War games, play sounds. This has got an event log based, anything that happens when you log on and that. Users, create a new user, edit a new user. Assign all sorts of tokens, registration numbers, restrictions, old digital restriction management or restrictions. Call it restrictions. So restricted to certain access levels. Anyway, it goes on and on and on, and you got your time zones. So you can open up a time zone. You can click here and just scroll it around like that. Just click on it, scroll it around, and then this is your segment of time. Click save and it sends it to the controllers. Anyway, that goes on and on and on and on and on.
Thank you for using UPass.
Yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot of work gone into that because I had to create my own command and control protocol, and I had to create scripting language to go with it, create everything from scratch. I did all my own firmware, did all my own programming of every function on it. So I'm using some of that knowledge I picked up to do this. So, and I've got certain code. If I want to bring it in, I can copy it over using the same framework and everything. Yeah. Yeah. So, like I say, my company doesn't make any money. It costs me money. Imagine if it's in constant research and development, R&D. Now normally you could claim money back for that against your tax, but it doesn't do any sales, so you can't claim money back without any sales. Actually, I found out you could get some tax back off my day job somehow. I don't know how it works, but somebody said, but you'd have to, I don't know, it just didn't seem worth it. You'd probably get £300 or £400. I think it was ChatGPT told me you could do it. Anyway, not bothered about that at the minute. Every year I think about shutting it down and to hell with it, but I don't know. It's like resigning yourself to the gallows. Everyone should try to quit their day job if they can. Funny thing to say, but it's a very difficult thing to do. Anyway. And I've tried long enough to do that. It's alright creating stuff, but you try and sell it like I've just sold. I've got one more left of my switches. I've sold a few, and the only way to sell them, I'll put them down to stupid price. Doesn't even cover the price of the plastic and the parts, and certainly doesn't cover the time or the electric to print them all out. So put one on an auction. Someone wanted it for about £11. They left me a nice comment saying, "Oh, it was an absolute bargain and it's well built and everything." Oh yeah, but I won't be building any more. Not because it's no good, or not because you know, I know times are difficult now. But, you know, people haven't got that disposable income they used to have. Well, I haven't got it anyway. Well, I used to have a load of disposable income, not anymore. But you know, anyway, doesn't matter. Right, let's get on with this then. Yeah, it's funny. We always have a rant every now and again. Yeah. Well, welcome to the stream anyway. And, who was it said thanks for working on this? That was yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to set up a GitHub and put a release version on that people download. And if they're worried about anything malicious being in it, they can just look at the code. You know. Something you buy, proprietary stuff, you can't look at the code, you don't know what's in it. But what would be nice if I set this up and got the basics working and got the general idea of what needs to go on in it, and then other people, contributors, got involved. You know, maybe someone could add a feature or a new screen. Like I've got screens to do here. I've got to do the filters yet. So I've got this. You've got your station scope now. You've got digital noise reduction and filter. So in here will be all your controls to alter your digital noise and your filters. It's to me, to do it on the radio, you've got to go in and out so many menus. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see anyone who's interested in programming and whatever. Yeah, it's good. So trying to do it on the radio, you can do it, but you know, you can put a shortcut to a button, but then there's only 3 shortcuts to a button. This way, Just plug it into your USB on your radio, and then you can use it with it or without it. But, you know, I find myself looking at this when I'm scanning with it, rather than going up onto here. You just go onto this. You know, there's no disadvantage or advantage, but there's a lot to do. Yeah, there's a lot to make work. Like some of this is, what do you call it? Not prototype. I can't remember what the name is now. It's when you're just trying stuff out, like experimental. That's it. It's experimental by nature. We're basically experimenting. That's what we're doing. But at the end of the experimenting, we'll have something everyone can use. And like I said in one of the streams, I don't know why I'm making it when YAESU should have made one, unless they have, and I don't know. Have I looked? I haven't looked. Nobody else has come on and say, they haven't said why are you making that. YAESU have one. We've had someone come on and say they've made their own. Left some pictures on Facebook and had a link. It looks okay, but it's just more of a form design. It looks like a form. I don't want to look at a form, but it might be brilliantly fantastic operational. I haven't tried it, but I probably did say we're going to try it one day on here. But what we need to look at the code. We need to be able to see the code, because I'm not saying anything like it, but you never know for sure. Yeah, it is a lot of work. Slowly, yeah, bits and pieces. But to be, see, it's not that many buttons. So we've done the LED. We've done this one sort of. We've done this one. We've power button could it be made to switch the radio actually off fast. That works, so you can switch that one or that one or that one. So you could change it. You could change the colour, fast, faster, fastest, or move across the digits. You know what I mean? Or you could even type in there. You know. You can type in, but I don't want to lose the illusion of a physical thing. We're trying to create a physical thing, but in a digital environment. That's what it's trying to be. A manifestation of a real thing. Yeah, sounds crazy, I know, but I don't mind looking at it, so, you know, I don't mind. I mean, some of the colours, you can put it, you know, I don't know, it's one of them, put it on the background, I can hide it, move it along on one of the monitors, or hide it in the corner, and carry on doing some work while I'm looking at that, instead of keep looking up and down, up and down. And then you can take this portable, you can take a laptop portable, plug it in and use this portable as well. Or if you decide you don't want the noise of it, I'm surprised, when I did something with a radio years ago, an old radio, I hooked it up to an old computer, and I think it was a Tate 500 PMR radio, old taxi radio on UHF, and it's diode programming in it. There's a little board. I pulled the board out, and I put in some set reset latches, and I fished it out through to a parallel port on a computer. Actually, it's on here. I wrote the software for it. I still got it. That's Visual Basic as well, but I scanned in the front cover, and it had one button and one LED, and I copied and pasted the button and made more buttons, and I built a scan function into it. And you know, that was a long time ago. You're looking at probably 97, 98. So you got me looking for another one now. I think I've still got it somewhere. Right, where is it? It's called Tate 500. If I could find it. Right. Where is it? I say some of it's backed up on CDs. Anyway, it's basically similar to this, but a lot less, just very basic, going right back. But it did the trick. It turned a 2-channel Tate PMR radio into a 500-channel radio. I used to, you know, that was when the price of radios were expensive, and used to use an old PMR radio and expand the channel, do what you know, modify it. But then the price of radios came down, and it wasn't worth buying the bits to do it. So anyway, right, yeah, I can't find that. I'll have to find all this stuff one day and put it together. So someone could be doing the filters. CW encoder, that needs to have some load of work done on it, and so we're on the waterfall, and then we've got this station scope. See if there's anybody on while we're here. This always looks better when you're on a black background like that. Imagine if you had that, and then you had an FT-710 here, and then an FT-510D. Potentially, you could do the same stuff with them, but they've got their own advanced features, so it'll be like a waste of time, really. But with the FT-891, it's 8 or 9 years old, so it sort of missed out really on some of the graphics and that. So with this, you bringing it up to scratch, like you're sort of bringing it up into the latest sort of. That's the idea, but whether it ever gets there. Well, the bands are really rubbish today, aren't they? So with this, we'll always leave it with a working version, but slowly we'll add features to it. Or just basic features at the minute. So you can click on these. Basic stuff. It's a good example there, so you can see how it came right out and back in again. So if that was on the scope, on the simulated waterfall, you'd see either a big load of noise there, and you can just go to a different band, keep that band there. Yeah, it looks good, yeah. It's partially a photograph and partially AI generated from a photograph. Yeah, oh, it takes time, yeah. Yeah, definitely takes time. They could hurry it along if they got more people working on it at once. But everyone wants to do their own thing, and yep, no good deed goes unpunished. And what a lot of people try and do, they try and change it. They might try and convert it into a Windows form. Lose this. Don't want it. So you have to maintain some control over it. Yeah, so because I've made it, started making it on the GitHub, they have to. Anyone wants, they can fork it and make their own change, and they can say, "Would you like to, push it, pull request or whatever it is," and they could have a look at it. And if it's a feature that's good, it doesn't sway too far away from the general idea, we can just push it in there. I do, mate. Welcome, Andy. How you doing? You alright? I sold another 2 of those switches today, and so I've sent 2 off. They've both had them, and there's only 1 left now. Only 1 left. Didn't make any money out of it though, so I don't think I covered the parts, but it doesn't matter. I got the money back I spent for the bits. I got the money back for the bits, but I didn't cover probably the electric and that in the time. But it doesn't matter. I got some videos out of it. Yeah, so I don't. The only problem is because they went for so cheap, I probably won't be making any more, which is a shame. Unless there's any requests for them, but there's no point. I mean, I've got the 2 I want. You got one, and a few people have got them. I only wanted 2. I want one for me, one for in here, one for outside. That's it. So yeah, I've got the ones I want. I just happened to make 12. I made 12 of them, so there are only 12 in existence. You got 1, Andy. I got 2, and I've got a list of people who bought the rest. Yeah, and I think one guy's left a nice thing saying, well packaged and all the rest of it. Very nice, very well built. And I thought, oh, nice, thank you. And a bargain, he said. A bargain. It was the only one I put on an auction. I think maybe a second auction. And he got it for like £11 or something. And there's eight SO239s in it. And the plastic takes time to print and all the rest of it. And I got to build it as well. So and if you go on Amazon and you buy one, you're looking at £4 or something for one. My saving grace for me, I bought 80 of them from China. 80, and cost £47 or something. So, but like I say, I won't build anymore. Not unless somebody wants. There's no point. The labour on it is great. You'd have to build a load of them at once to make it worthwhile. Then you'd spend all day on it. So it's a shame, but it is a shame. Let's just turn that down. Yeah, it's a shame, but Be nice to knock a few out. I know originally he said sell them for 40 quid. If you compare it to something with the same amount of outputs, they're loads of expense, but obviously it's a 3D printed thing. It's not a die cast box or injection. What do you call it? Cast. It's not a cast thing. It's not going to be as good as nowhere near as a proper screened, thick cast switcher with a proper high quality switch. It's all made. You've seen it yourself anyway. You've seen me making it. I think Andy watched most of the episode of me making it. I don't know how many episodes there was of that. I forgot, because we move on and we keep moving on. Once they're done with, if I want, I make enough. Like I made some testers for the Amiga. I made 5. Bought enough bits to make 5. That's a funny story. I wanted to make serial port and port tester for Amiga computers with a digital voltmeter, so I bought enough stuff to make 5. This is funny. And I made 5 and inadvertently sold all 5. The idea was to sell them at cost just to get the money back, and for me working on them and building them up, I'd get mine for free. But anyway, I went ahead and sold. I forgot how many sold, so I ended up selling the whole 5. So I haven't got one for myself now. That's funny. So I've got to. I might have to buy another 5. You can't just, if you just buy 3 panels locally, you're looking at loads of money. But if you order them in weight and you order it in bulk, you get them cheaper. So anyway, that was the idea of that. Yeah. So Andy, we're working on this bit now. I don't know if you've seen this. See this simulated waterfall. Recognise that? I don't know if you got an FT-710. Anyone got an FT-710? Luckily, I got one here. It's the first one I bought 2 years ago. Yeah. I'll tell you what is a bit of a letdown to me. This FTM510D. I suppose, well, what it does, it's great, but for just looks, I suppose it's great in a car, mobile, but for a base station, it seems to be lacking somehow. I don't know. It's probably just me. Maybe I'll love it next week or whatever. I don't know. It's one of them. Right. Yeah. So we're building this up. We're just getting the labels in there. So we're going to have to make some functionality to change the labels. And we're on about making a little window, so when we press speed or span, yeah, it brings up a little window and then you can click on it to say what span is. So right, let's get the thumbnail back up. Back up where? Right. Anyway, Andy, someone didn't like the music. Someone said I like the project, but I don't like the horrible intro and outro. Anyway, so I thought, right, okay, fair enough. I'll give it a try without any. Well, basically, I click it on, and it runs for so many minutes, and I get time to just open stuff up. If I forgot to open the editor and the thumbnail and all that stuff, I thought I'll give me a chance to get it all ready before the music finishes. So, you know what I mean. But anyway, I decided this time, okay, let's just get rid of it for an episode and see what happens. So there won't be an outro today. It'll just be, right, I'm going outro, and that'll be it. And anyway, but the intro and the outro, basically, if you listen to what it says, it maps out exactly what we do here. We find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and run the whole thing again. But anyway, I suppose for the more serious entrepreneur, it's a bit too silly. Anyway, we'll give it a try. I don't know. I tried to make a smaller one, but you know, I just ended up playing the other one again. Right. Anyway. Okay, I'm getting a bit tired now. How long are you going? 2 hours 20. Friday night. I forgot it was Friday night. You can only get so much right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's one of them. I don't know. I'll just do it for myself. I'll just program this up and then put it on and see. It'd be nice if you know, if I think it's useful on an 891, then maybe someone else will. But if you get other people involved as well, that would be nice as well. At the minute, I haven't even put it on GitHub yet. I haven't managed to get it up there, so it's just saved locally. So one of the episodes we'll try and get it up on there with a release version. But at the minute, it's so many pieces not working or integrated properly, and loads to do, implement yet. Stuff needs to be implemented. Or if I put it on there now, someone download it, they'll say, "Oh, this looks great, but it actually doesn't do a lot of stuff, or it's a problem, or it's this, that, and the other." So you give it away free. You give it away free, and it's not as if I'm making any money on YouTube because I'm not even monetized. You haven't got enough. I don't never ask for subscribers, thumbs up, or anything. I don't do any of that stuff. So it's been a slow expansion. I did have people in the past saying your channel should be a lot more viewers than what it is, or subscribers. But I don't like to be told when I'm watching. Some of these channels they keep asking you, don't they, over and over again. They go, what do they say? Some of them say, "Oh, I don't like to ask." And I don't even mention it. I don't want to mention it now even. So anyway. So what I'm saying is, not as if you get a YouTube channel, people think you're getting money off YouTube or something, but it doesn't work that way. Even with the right amount of subscribers, you still got to have so many watch hours. And the stuff I make, it's live streaming, me working over many hours, and a lot of people have skipped through it. You have to. I skip through it myself when I watch it back. You can't sit there for 3 hours watching it. It's boring anyway and slow. So what I do is I skip through, and as I'm watching it back, I'll think, right, it'd be better if I change that or add this feature or that. Wouldn't that be good if I could do that? Anyway, so basically there's no watch hours involved. So the watch hours are low because people will skip. I skip myself. So what I want to do is, when I get to this certain point, I'm going to do a 10-minute, not an introduction, and more like a 10-minute project update on it. I normally do that if you're doing a Kickstarter or something. So a project update, this is what it is all about, and this is how far we've got, and this is the roadmap where we've got to go with it. 10 minutes and that's it then. So I think someone was commenting, what's this all about? You know, what is it? What does it do? Is there no short video to tell us what it's all about? Well, if I stop and do a little short video, I've got to stop what I'm doing, so there's still loads of work to do yet. So anyway, it's one of them. Right, let's so where do we go from here? Let's have a think. Right, we'll go for another half an hour or so. So let's make these adjustable. Let's have the span changing these labels. Yes, it's got to be done. So let's do that. It's not very interesting, but let's do it. Right, so we can click on span. So I'm going to make it the same as the FT-710. So when I click span on here, brings up a span window. It goes from 1K button up to 1000K, and you click on it and it disappears. So that's all we want. Now there's no actual, oh, it does show you at the top there, yeah, span. Yeah, so that's good. So somewhere up here there's a little label telling you that in blue the span. Oh, it does say span 50 kilohertz. Yeah, so there's a label and a value. So it's got center, then fast 3, then span 50 kilohertz. That's weird. That's strange, isn't it? Oh, YAESU do things in a weird way. They 1 minute they've got some that says center, and then they change it to whatever you change the center to. Then the fast is a speed, and they don't tell you what fast is or center is. But then span, it's got its own label in front of the actual span, just in case you forgot what it was for. It's no consistency between what they're doing, the way they do it. Don't know. Anyway, it's one of them. I'm going to take a little break and go and I'll be back in. Get yourselves a coffee or a tea or a drink, cold drink. I'll be back in a little bit just to get this span working and changing, cycling through. So, but the sound of it, it's going to take a lot longer than I think, but let's try and go for a little hour. Back in a minute. Sorry everyone, I've got to play some interim stuff. Alright, that's it. Took a bit longer than normal. Something wrong with my belly today. Never mind. Right, let's crack on with this then. Yeah, let's crack on with this. So, right, we're going to get these labels into a function. So we need to create, let's have a look here. So we need to expand upon the span, no pun intended. Right, let's just sort this out then. So we need something to track the span. Okay, so there we go. Simulated waterfall buttons. So it's the span. Right, so spans. Now that might conflict with other kinds of spans like time spans, but anyway, spans. Frequency span, that's it. Frequency span. That'll do. It's starting to hallucinate again. It thinks I want to put that down here. Well, no, I don't. So we're going to start off on the span. We've got 1 kilohertz. So I don't think it likes it if we put 1k in. No, it doesn't like that. The one's in front. So we've got to work out a way of representing numbers. Okay, we'll have to just do what we did earlier. 1k. Whoops, what's happened? Right, what's next? Span 2k. 5k. 10k. 20k, 50k, I always leave mine on 50k, 100k, and 200k, and that's it, 200k, and 500k, and 1000k. Whoops. It's a nice round number. 1, 2, 5, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's it, that'll do. Okay, so we've got 8, 9, 10. That's it. Frequency span. That's okay. So we've got that. What's next? So we need a window with a title of span. So we could create a user control, but it doesn't. It can be moved around. Do we need to move it around? No, we just need to open it. If I click span now without, yeah, so I can click span, it'll toggle it to view it. Okay, so we could just make a. We could even it'd be even easier here. So what we want to do is let's just use some of this stuff. Right, what we're going to do, so we've got, yeah, so we'll use some of this stuff here. So can we have a little window? That just needs to be a pop-up. I thought we could use a pop-up. Right, so there's your span text. Above that we want a probably another one. Let's create a round border. So we'll just do it like this. Hang on. So we'll set up a border. Let's set up a border there. Let's make its background pink temporarily. Right, we need a width and height. We need to place it somewhere on the canvas. So let's give it a canvas left, canvas top. It needs a width and a height, unless it's containing something. Let's give it a width. So we width 300, height 200. There it is. Let's give it, center it on the screen. Over a bit. Too much. Too much. It's a little bit too much. Okay, it's not bad. Oh, we can go level with the buttons. Almost. Okay, so we'll go on there. That's it. The height is too much, so we've got to bring the top down to I don't know, 70. Some more, 74. Oops, 74. Let's try that. And the height is too high, too low, too high. So it can actually just jump over everything, but we'll keep it like that. What's this one do? Span? Yeah, it just goes level with the line, so we can come down a bit. Let's say 24. That'll do. Okay, maybe we can go up a notch. Yeah, and bring it down a notch. Right, okay, so there's our border. Let's make it a rounded rectangle. So width and height, then we want a corner radius, let's say 3. A bit more, it's 5. It's not too bad. Right, we want a title area on it to tell you it's the span, in case you forgot. So in our border we want a text block or a label. Let's just say it's a label. Let's find the label. You never find a label when you want one. Text block, text block, text block. Okay, we'll have a text block then. Seeing as you're demanding a text block, we'll have a text block. So let's put a text block in it. Just happens to be at the top as well. That's good. So we've got yeah, background. So border background. Actually, we need a border background. I'll tell you what, let's just make the background non-transparent. Background, let's just say dark slate grey. Dark grey. Go on then. Right, so the height. Let's make the height. It's actually sticking to this height, so height doesn't need to be much. 12, 14, 16, 18. Height doesn't look right, so it's 20. Okay, let's have it like that then. So I want the width to be, I don't know, 200, 300, 290. What's that like compared to that one? Close, that'll do. Right, we'll keep it like that, and we need to be aligned with the top. So, vertical alignment, top. Right, we need a margin now. Margin down a bit. Let's go with the same height away from the side, so let's go 4. That's not bad. What about 6? That's better. It's better. So okay, we want it to say span. Okay, so snap. Snap the dragon. Right, span. Dyslexic. Swapping characters around. Anyway, right, so we got that. So do we need a border style? No, we just need a grey background. A light grey. Is it a light grey on a black? Yeah, slightly lighter than the background. So border, where's it gone? Oh, it's up here. So it's pink, so we want a light grey. Is that too much like the old screen? Yes. So we've got a grey. What about just a grey? Let's have a look at just a grey. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Okay, and that should be slightly darker, not lighter. So the border, the text background needs to be not. Oh, it is a darker grey. So we've got grey and dark grey. Well, that doesn't look as dark. Needs to be darker than the other grey. It's weird, isn't it? So is there a dark? I don't know if there's a darker grey. So that's a grey. You can't see it. What kind of greys have we got? Let's have a look. So we've got greys. Well, the dark grey isn't that dark, is it? Right, so we'll do something else then. We'll go hash FF. Let's say 111111. Right, and we'll come down. We'll keep it. No, we'll keep it like that. We'll just go. I don't know. Let's try 444444. That's not too bad. Let's have a look. It's still lighter than the background. That's almost the same as the background. So let's go 666666. What's that like? That's similar. Slightly darker. Oh, that's gone too light. 77. Okay, back to 66. Okay, that's not too bad like that. Yeah, that'll do. Right, we can always alter them later if we ever get round to it again, which probably not. Right, so we've got our span, so we want some buttons now in here. That's our top title. Got our border, and the buttons need to be similar kinds of buttons that we've already got. So the same as these, but with rounded rectangles. Right, so we want see, this is kind of stuff you could do in code behind. Anyway. So we've got our title and we've got our border. So the canvas, right, what's it saying? Can only be set once. Yeah. So we've got our canvas. Maybe we need a grid on this. Yeah, I think we need a grid. Do we need a grid? We we can do it with canvas left or grid. So I don't know. Now let's do it without a grid for a change. So we're going to need a border here or something. Right, let's just do a canvas again. If we've got a canvas, we've got stuff in a canvas. So let's have a look. So we've got this border in a border. In a canvas. So we've got our canvas there. Oh, have I just come out of the canvas? That's your span label, so we're above that. And we got the... where's the other bit gone? Seem to have lost something here. Oh, there's your line. And there's your text block. No. Right, let's undo something. So, have I put it in the wrong place? So, oh yeah, it's got to be... Right, so I'm in the wrong place here, hang on. So we need to be on there. Yeah, in the waterfall canvas. But that what you've got your legends and you've got your line. That's right. Then we've got our border. Ah, so we need a border within a border. So we've got our span, but in here we need to put our items. So why won't it let us put a border in there? Should do, shouldn't it? Let's try again. So here's our place for our... it should do. No. Child can only be set once. Right, okay. That's weird, isn't it? So we created a canvas. Right, so we've got a round border and our canvas. Okay. Right, let's set a canvas then. I don't know, it's a weird one. So we'll put everything in a canvas. Then it shouldn't complain about being... Right, so we've got our border there. In a canvas. Now the canvas is in the border. So we start from 0, 0. So we've wrecked our... we've wrecked our... what have we wrecked? So we've got our border, and this one's going to say 1k. Yeah, 1k. So we've wrecked something here. What have we wrecked? Our alignment, text block alignment. We've got our margin, span, width and height. Okay, so margin, oh, we need to put a margin in of about 4 or 6, 5 maybe, that's it. Right, so I'll stick that there, and this, again we'll have to have a tag, yeah, that's right. So we've got 1k, we're inside a canvas, so 20, that needs to be less. Right, so I'll come down. It's the wrong colour now. So that colours, yeah, needs to be dark colour. What are these like? Are they lighter? They're actually lighter. So the border colour. So background will be, I don't know, light blue, light grey. Light grey. Okay. And the text will have to be black. Foreground white. Black. We want some rounded corners. So border style. Corner radius, say 3. Yeah, that'll do. We've got the 1K, so we need more of the same. Okay, tag 1, sorry, 2K. And we've got to go same top, but over to about 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Right, how many have we got going across? 4 across, 3 down. Okay. Right, we're coming over too far. So we've got border there, 20. So we need to start a bit further back. Is that lined up with the top of that? It is. Yeah, it's lined up with the top of that. So mark, well, to get a bit of a margin. $78, $74. I think we can give it a bit more space. 76. Yeah. Okay, and the next one. This one will be what? 5K. Not bad, but doesn't give us much room for another one. Let's just do some more. $10K. Right, so we're going to have to shrink them slightly. Shrink them a bit, so the width. What width have we got here? Let's have a look. No width. Okay, so we haven't got a width. Let's not mess with the width then. Let's just alter the left value. Close. What's that like? No, that's not quite right. Not quite right. sort of. Okay. So we want the same again. So we'll grab another 4. That's the first layer, and this is the next layer. So take 4, 5, 6, 7, and we want to come down by an amount, say 70, 60, 40, 50, 58. What's that like? No, too much. 57, 56, 57. Okay, and this one's going to be 20k. Okay, and we've got this one, so top 57 on all this. And this one will be 200k. It's not that one. Okay, and that will be 100k. This one will be 50k. That's 20k, yeah, so there's 2 more to do at the bottom. So we want the first 2 here. Copied down here, so leave a gap. And there's your last 2, so 8 and 9. Then we've got a, the top needs to come down. Let's say 80, 70, 80. Is that okay? Yeah. So 80 and 80. Okay, and we've got 500k, 500k and 1000k. That's it. That's the end of that list. Yeah. Okay, so we can space them a bit more around if we want, to make them easier to click on. Let's do that next. Right, let's bring that one down, these 2 down, so the top will come down 90, 100. It's not bad, yeah, it's not bad. 100, and we need to drop. We're going to end up with a lot of space in here, aren't we? Oh, there is spacing on them, so yeah, okay. So let's go back to this top 4 here. Let's say 80. Oops, too much. That's not bad. It's not bad there, is it? Yeah. So 67, 67, 67, 67. There we go. That's all right. We can cope with that. Yeah. Okay. So we've got that there. We need to give the top bit. We've got yeah, we've got different tag numbers, but we need a different. So this is the wrong one now. So we've got our span. So this canvas has got to be given a name. So X name equals and it's the span span pop-up window. It's not really pop-up, but we'll call it a pop-up window. Span pop-up window, canvas. Okay, so that will use that over here for the name of the event for the mouse click. Okay, so we'll just copy that. Now go down the list. We've got to change all this. Right, I used to do it from code behind a lot of it, but I'm swaying away from that really, because the problem is you've got to keep running it to generate the display so you can see if it lines up. You do it this way, you can make sure it's going to be where you want it before. Every time you run it, it has to compile, it takes time, then it pops up, and you've got to close it again. So this way. So you could design it like this and turn it all into code grind after, but then there'll be no real use or waste of time really. Right, so we go back to the top for button 0. We go and go to the definition, which doesn't exist, so it makes you one. And we need to copy all this again. Same structure. Almost. Alright, so we're going to put the name of this in this, so we know who's doing it. Alright, so this is no longer valid, so but we're going to take the tag value and use it to trigger the frequency span. So case frequency span, and the first one is a 1K. We're going to break. So this is how we're going to do certain things based on. There's better ways of doing it. It's not good programming. You can do it with links and all sorts of stuff. But I'm just trying to just spend some time. There we go. So what's the default span I like as 50k, just in case some reason, which should never exist. Right, so we need to have a variable that we adjust, and it can come from here. So we need a constructor. So we'll put the variable in the constructor here. So we need a variable, and it's going to be called frequency span. Can't call it frequency span. That should have been called frequency spans, not span, because we want frequency span, so I need to put an S on it. That's it. Right. We've got to sort that out. So we want a variable called frequency span, not span. Spans, frequency span. So it's going to be a public. We can do an int or a byte. Let's just say it's, I don't know, let's go to byte. So you could call it current frequency span. That's it. I can make it a frequency span equals frequency spans dot, I like 50. Where's it gone? 50k. That's the setting for the default. So what we're going to do now is, should make it static really. Okay. So we should be able to access this now from here. So we've got to say when we click on this one, we've got to do something. Yeah, we've changed current frequencies. That's no good. Current frequency span equals so actually we don't need to do all this because we could just match it straight up. So to use a tag value straight to span. So what we'll do is we'll just put this down the bottom here. That's only if you want to do something else, like change a setting or something. So we don't really want to do anything at the moment. So what we'll do is we'll just put, it seems crazy, equals, we're just going to equal it to the switch value. So I'll create the switch value, although it won't do it because that's a uint and that's a byte. Dragon Symbiont 8585. Will this streamer be archived? The live stream is available, yeah, during and after. Yeah, it's streamed, it's still available. Yeah, let's just welcome everyone. Dragon Symbiotes, right? Yeah, it's a live. It goes into the live channel, the live section of the YouTube channel. So yeah, it's live streamed. Will it be archived? It's automatically archived as we go. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. So what I'll do is I'll create a. So current. You could just say. Tell you what. Let's just. YouTube suggested me this stream on my main page. Oh, okay, thank you. Are you into ham radio or programming or something? Oh, me too. Yeah. Grace 24PL. I have no control over what YouTube puts out. Yeah, so it's a bit. It's a weird one. It's not everyone's cup of tea. So. Yeah, so we stream for hours on end, working on projects, and gets archived, automatic. So it's not the best of interesting stuff, but depends if you want to do programming. You could probably, I mean, you can do it with AI now, but I mean, if you want to see how somebody does something, there's a way of doing something. It might not be the best way. There might be 10 different ways of doing something, and I might be doing the third best way of doing it, or the seventh least best way of doing it. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You could go to pure Zen of programming, the latest state-of-the-art stuff, and use all the very fine language like the links and do everything beautifully. I don't know much about programming or videos, but I try to learn from you too, from what you do. Okay, I learned VBA POI, but it allowed me to understand how to understand loops and functions. So Visual Basic for applications, yeah, I did a bit of that a long time ago. Well, it used to run a macro before, then they started putting Visual Basic into it. I think it was Visual Basic 4 or 3, or slightly different version of Visual Basic, yeah. PTSD, yeah. I used to do some Visual Basic a long time ago. So I went from a DOS-based programming environment, Q Basic, there's GW Basic, Q Basic, Quick Basic, Turbo Pascal for DOS, and then you go Visual Basic 3, Visual Basic 4, Visual Basic 6, Delphi, Ball and Delphi for Windows. Then you got if you want to do Pascal based stuff, and that's going back a long time, and then bite the bullet at some point and just go straight in at the deep end, get into C++ or C Sharp, C whatever derivative. What should I learn, C or Java? Now Java is cross-platform, what I believe, what I've heard. Java would have been good, but I did try some Java once. Yeah, good question. I would like to make video games. Well, video games, you want to use Visual Studio, and you probably do C++, and you'd use Unity or something like that. There's something better now, or this new programming environments, Avalon, and there's so many different ones. I'm sticking with 4.8 framework, which is like 2013, 2014. Will AI replace entry-level programmers? AI will replace everything in the end, but if they let it, yeah. If there's any power to run the AI, yeah. Everything's going to be gone soon, unfortunately. But like I could just sit here with a window of AI open and say, I would like to do this, or this is my code so far, or give me the building blocks I'd like to use. This picture as the skin, and I want to map out all the buttons and everything, and I want you to lay it out and mimic this FT-710, and it would have a good go. Whether you get it all working or not, I doubt it. You'd probably run out of messages. You'd want you to subscribe and pay a subscription, and if it might end up in a big mess if you're not careful. But it's trying to interpret, start daydreaming and hallucinating and thinking it knows what you want when it actually doesn't, because you've got to articulate to it what it is you want from it. See, so how do I get into radio communication and AM radio? The best way is to, they normally say join a local group. Everywhere's got a group or a club. But if I said that, would be a hypocrite, because I'm not a member of a club. So I've been asked to be a member of, join a club, but trouble is I'd want to make my own club. Yeah. What is the goal for your project? Is it radio software? Yeah. This is the goal for this. Hang on, let me just get rid of that one a minute. I've got a radio. Let's just save that. Will it let me compile and build? Whenever you stop or partially see it's expecting something there. Let's just get rid of that. So the project, it's a software front end. So you've got a physical radio, a device, and it's got a USB port, and you're able to send commands to it to control it back and forth, and you create the software front end. Basically it looks like this. If you was to Google FT-891, you'd see many of them around. It just happens to have cat control, and I just happen to buy one, and I'm making a software front end for it. You can do many things with the software front end. You can improve the UI, because it's just got a monotone screen, and the ability to get to stuff, you have to press multiple buttons and things. This way you can use the computer mouse, keyboard, scroll wheel, and all the rest of it, and you can hopefully do more with it than you could do originally. Sort of. You can still do what you want to do with the radio, but it's more long-winded. Well, that's yet to be seen, but that's the whole idea. So it is app for physical radio. That this one is connected. Yeah. So the company, a big company, YAESU, they make the radios, but unless someone can prove me wrong, they haven't made a software front end. They leave that to people who write software, or there's a nice piece of software called Station Master. I believe that uses cat controls. I haven't really looked at it very closely. And there's all sorts of software radio people, amateurs they call them, if they've made software over the years. Some of it's out of date now, some of it's old, and I'm just doing it, making myself one, and I will make the code available and a release version, so you can download it like a little application, run it on a Windows desktop or tablet or laptop or whatever you want to run it on, and just make the radio a little bit more up to date. It's an 8 or 9 year old radio, so you might as well, if someone had already done it, I would love to download it and just, they have done it. There's people been on the channel and said there's one there, but I don't know if it's open source or the code is available. The code for this is going to be available to be viewed, and people can collaborate on it and improve the code, check it for malicious software, anything malicious. Any software that's made now, it can be made into a keylogger or anything, or broadcast information back through a socket somewhere. So once you've connected it to your computer, anything could go on really. So if you make it open source, then anyone who's interested in it, they're free to scroll through all the functions and classes and reverse engineer it basically by looking at the code. It's not a reverse engineer because all the information is there, so they can say, oh, there's a hole in it, or there's a malicious piece of software there, I don't like that, all the rest of it, you know, all this kind of stuff. So if you make it open source, then people can fork it, they can make a copy of it and make their own changes to it. And the whole idea is, if anyone does that, it's okay, but they're supposed to be able to give the option to the creator, the option to incorporate any new features or changes that they've worked on give us the option to put it into the original one, you know, under the GPL3 license. So you put it under a GPL3, whatever that is, I can't remember the name of it now anyway. So loads of different licenses. So if they fork off it, we should just create a copy that they work on. Some forks, some of these, they go dead after a while. Like the person can't be bothered to work on it. Someone else takes it up instead of starting their own from scratch. They'll edit it or add features to it just to get their name out there. They do it for free most of the time. It's free. It's not a paying thing. It's free. So, and the idea is always maintained. It always remains open source, free to use. Free as in freeware, as in free to, but not, as Richard Stallman says, free, not as in free beer, but as in freedom to change stuff. So a lot of this stuff would be locked down. You see, if YAESU, I shouldn't say YAESU, but say if YAESU just suddenly decided to make their own front ends, and they closed it down and made it closed source, proprietary software, that if you wanted to make a change, if there was a bugbear or something that was irritating, you wouldn't be able to change it. You could put a feature change or something in there. You could request, but the chances are, unless they get a lot of people asking for the same thing, they're not gonna put it in there. Yeah, it does look good. Yeah, it is just a skin though. A lot of it's a skin. So I did hide the skin once. I'll show you what it looks like without the skin. So looks good, a bit like it's a photo from API from early 2000s. Yeah. This is part photograph and part AI generated. But it's funny to see what happens if you get to the top of here. If I make one of the things transparent, if I can find it, where is it? So that's not it, is it? Oh no, we haven't got to the top yet. Almost. Here it is. Rig canvas. So if I suddenly make it hidden, right, so visibility hidden, right, so we've got, let's run it with the skin hidden. It's a load of controls just nicely placed in the right place, so I can't actually drag it anymore, but I can do that. See that? That's doing it like a motion blur, but it's still functional. Now I should be able to click the mouse. No, I've got no mouse there, so I can't really do a lot with it anyway. So you do need the skin to have something there. Bring back the skin. Top buttons were, yeah, so some of them aren't functional yet. Yeah, so some of them aren't functional. The buttons are animated, so if I run it, they don't actually do anything yet. Some of them, we're getting there slowly. See, once I got the skin, I can drag it around. I can click a button. I've got a little animation effect on it, and swap stuff over like that. Change the fast. These actually do stuff. They'll scan, so you can do a scan. I'm in FM now, so let's get. Won't show you anything in FM. So let's change to SSB and scan. So it's actually scanning now. Yeah, it's okay. There's a lot of work, intricate stuff, like all this has had to be recreated. Yeah, you have to create all this stuff. You've got to create everything basically. Yeah, this looks like it might be a photo, but it's actually AI generated from a photo. And then we've got layers, and we've got LED, and we've got blur effect that bleeds the colour LED, and it's got a gradient or a radius, and it bleeds into the clear plastic to try to make it look real. Yeah, so you could just photograph the LED in different states of transmit, but I've done it in one state and I've made it bleed in. So anyway, yeah, so I mean, if I wanted to, I could copy that there and make 2 more buttons here if I wanted to, or cut it in half and stretch it and make more screen, but I'm trying to keep it as authentic to the real physical thing so people can see it at a glance. Yeah, so you got different menus. So anyway, we're just working on that for a bit, so let's carry on with that, because I do want to finish up in the next half hour for the night. The voice is starting to go, and I'd rather go and go to sleep for a bit. 3 to 4 hours is enough, because I've been to work all day as well, so I work a full time. So anyway, yeah, it's all good stuff. That's a great. The this non-modernistic close to IRL model. Yeah, I mean, it's just a software front end to make it look as good as possible. I don't want it to look like a Windows form. horrible form with grey buttons and all the rest of it, even though we've got some grey buttons. But you know what I mean? I don't want to see a Windows UI. This is using Windows, but I don't want to see a Windows UI. I want to have the imagination that I'm using the radio. I want to forget that I'm using a piece of software and forget myself in it, and then suddenly realise actually I'm working from here instead of the radio now. Oh, so this is the project you do after programming job. No, I've got a totally different job I do. My job's totally different. Well, sort of. It's, yeah, electronic installation engineer. Automation and security equipment. Anything from a door handle on a pedestrian door to the side of an aircraft hangar, lifting up and a Cessna flying out from, activated from a remote control from the other side of the world. So that's what I normally tell people, and they say, what do you do? Anything from one extreme to the next and everything in between. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, fixing stuff that breaks down more often than not. This is yeah, that's it. Anyway, so I want to get this popping up when we click the span button and disappearing. So let's sort that out. Where did I get to? So I've sort of lost all the position on it now. Let's go back down here. Let's find it. Yeah, this XAML based. It's massive amounts of stuff in this now. Massive amount. So that's the function. Where are we? No, we've got to go down into one of the tabs. Sorry. Yeah, here it is. Simulated waterfall. Yeah. So we're making a simulated thing that works in a more expensive radio. Well, more modern radio, working an older radio basically. For no other reason than something to do. Why am I doing it? I don't know. People are interested in it. If people weren't interested in it, I would probably just curtail it slightly. But the more interested people are, the more effort I put into it. It's one of those things. It's weird. Like I've got various projects on the go at once, and one of them's an antenna rotator. I made it, 3D printed it and designed it, and it was designed for a very lightweight antenna, like a 2 meter or 70 centimeter rotatable antenna, so it would lift that okay. It's stepper motor driven, drive belt with an encoder, so you can see which direction you're facing, so you can beam the antenna, will beam into different directions and get further out. It's a directional antenna. Well, you can get on your search for Visual Studio Community Edition. It's free. It's free as long as you don't use it in the commercial stuff above a certain amount of operators or something. I don't know. You have to check out the exact information. But they made it free, so you could use that and you could start today. You need a Windows PC, that's the only thing, if you're going down this route. And there's newer versions. They use what they call .NET frameworks and stuff on older versions. I'm still using an older version. Yeah, it's Visual Studio Community. Visual Studio Community, yeah. I'll show you. Hang on, I'll show you. So just search for Visual Studio Community. Probably that one. 2026. is a Microsoft fully featured AI generated IDE. It's free for individual developers, open source contributors, students, and qualifying small organizations. The environment includes deep integration of GitHub Copilot and delivers much faster performance and better stability for heavy workloads compared to previous versions. So there's the link. You can just download it. It's Microsoft, whether you like their Windows or not, it's a free tool. I'm not a fan of Windows 11, I must admit. I don't know where they were going with that. I just don't like it. I can't stand it actually, but I don't know why they keep veering off wildly on their ideas. So that's why I don't use it at the minute. We'll all get forced onto it at some point. But anyway, you can get it from here. Yeah, no one likes it. Yeah, you're right. People at work, they're trying to find something, and it's moved from where it used to be. Windows 7, yeah, fantastic Windows 7. I still run Windows 7 on a machine over there, so I've got it set up on. I've got a home recording studio with DAW software for keyboard, and it works perfectly fine, but on a Windows 7. So you make the choice: either don't run it online, or I actually run it online. I don't care less. I mean, if it gets corrupted, I'll just reinstall it all again. I don't care. But they keep it going on about security holes and flaws. So as long as you're aware of your computer, you're aware of it, and you know when there's a hardware failure or whether there's something weird going on with your operating system. You pretty much know what's going on. Don't install too many different weird software. Make sure you got Google. If you install any software, just make sure you Google it first and say, what is this? Is it trustworthy? Ask ChatGPT, whatever, and it'll tell you if it's full of bloatware or malicious software and all that stuff. Anyway, so we want to get this working. We've got a few more minutes left. So right, so we've got that window there. We've got everything in it. We've created our spans. Now I do a switch case because I want to do something with it, like change some values. But really, because the code I'm sending matches the span, I've no need to make the current frequency. Yeah, so I'll just actually hard code it, even though it doesn't make sense. I'll just put equals, and then so if one thing equals that, then I'm going to make this equal that too. That's it. So, and you do that for each one, but you could just as well put it in once and convert that one. But I'm going to be putting different things in here. This is just telling you, keeping a flag set to what that can be accessed from anywhere to what the current setting is for a value. Yeah, there's many ways to do it. A lot of people, they would laugh at this kind of programming these days, but the thing is, you can always write your program however you want, and you could nowadays you can send it over to, or use Copilot, say please tidy this, select the area of interest, say I don't like this, can you tidy this up, but keep it clearly commented so we know what it is, and it'll go ahead. And I probably could try it now, but I know I've got a system that works, a proven system that works, so why would you change it? It's just there's more modern ways of programming it. This is an old way of programming it. Still valid. C# and Windows Presentation Foundation is still a valid platform for development. ChatGPT even told me that recently when I asked. When I started doing this in 2012, using it, I decided to go with C# and Windows Presentation Foundation. That was like going at the deep end. I thought rather than learn something it'd be out of date quickly, I will just go, if it's difficult to learn or whatever, it doesn't matter, steep learning curve, get into it, and you know, and so I keep my framework. So if I right click here, properties, it'll tell me target framework is a .NET framework 4.8 Windows application. Now if I drop this down, there's so many other frameworks. Here's all the old ones I used to do, but there are new frameworks that you could write it in. But every new framework will need a learning curve. With this one I've already done the learning curve. I can go ahead and do for each statements and key value pairs and stuff without and I know what's going on with the new stuff. They've got new ideas. Still does the same thing at the end of the day, but maybe it's better, probably better. But they keep moving. Yeah, they keep moving. It doesn't stand still. Programming environments never stand still. You can't learn. I learnt one Flash action script that they used to use in used to be video players and stuff. They used to run in Flash. I wrote a whole website, a dynamic website, back in 2005, 6. Don't know, can't remember. Anyway, it was dynamic, and it was wrote the whole thing in Flash ActionScript 3, and then Apple decided they didn't want ActionScript or Flash running on their computers. So anyway, it got dropped over the years. It got dropped. So you can end up learning something that goes out of date, or just no point programming in it anymore, because you can't. There's no way you could use it as a platform. But there's so many. You know, you could say I'll go in at the deep end now, but after 5 or 6 years, if you stay on it, you'll be out of date still. So, but this one's still a current way of developing desktop UI. Yeah, so still okay. I stick with it because it does what I want, but might be an idea to look at. There's a new one called Avalon, which is supposed to be good. Well, that's not. I think that's like a copy of Windows Presentation Foundation, but it's not by Windows. And then you've got what's it called now? UI, Windows UI things, latest desktop development stuff. But I already write in, like, I write in C++ for hardware, make firmware in an Arduino core for C++. So maintaining one lot of code, then I'm maintaining a different code for the desktop environment. And then you've got a web page. I do my own web page, so there's all that. So you never stop, really. Yeah, it's just craziness. It's craziness, but if you stay still, you just get left behind. But having said that, if you move too quickly, so you can learn new technologies, that gets left behind. They find out that wasn't a good way to go down the path in the first place, and they sideline it back to nothing. So you could just as well learn something that come out this year, and next year they decided to forget about it. So, yeah, I know it's a weird one. Anyway, so we've got this programmed in here. So when we select it, it's got to close the actual window. So we haven't got a window. We've got to make it visible and I've got to find where it is. Here's the pop-up canvas. So as soon as we click one of them, we've got the make the window disappear. Yeah, just learn. I learn SQLite 3, which is a single database file. So if I wanted to save all the settings, I'd write it out to SQLite 3, add that to the system, and then I'd work. I also use XML file for settings, remote settings and client settings, and then whatever you want, you can use them in all different languages. So much stuff, it's crazy. Right, so we're going to turn this canvas invisible. So it wants to be made invisible as default, so visibility will be set to hidden. Actually, that's not the right one to do. Hang on. We want to get the whole border. So we need to move that from the canvas there to the border, and we'll change. I name stuff to what it is. So if you start from left to right, you go. It's a span pop. I've no need for that on there now, so I can get rid of that. So this is a border control, and its name is a span pop-up window border. So when I see that, when I use that again, I know it's a border. So if I'm over here, once I finish selecting it, as soon as I've come into here, I could really close it. So I'm just going to span pop-up border dot visibility is either collapsed or hidden. Probably collapsed is better for resources. I'm just going to make mine hidden for now. So as soon as I've clicked one of those things, it will be hidden, but I need to make it visible when I click one of the other buttons, which is the one up here, which is span. So as soon as I click span, I need to make it visible. And if I wanted to use a new language, none of this would probably work. Some of it would work and some of it wouldn't, and then I'd be frustrated because I'm trying to do something I can do easy here. Then I'll have to learn what the new one is, you know. So anyway, we could try this now. It won't do anything, but what it will do is, let's just run it. So hopefully I will be able to click on the span button. So we've got us. Oh, it's still showing up. Right, that's still showing up. You know why? Because I haven't actually hidden it. Here it is. So that border has got to be hidden. So I always put the visibility on it at the end. I don't know why. So I'll make it hidden. Right, so we're hidden. So when I run it, you're not going to see anything. It's very I don't know whether you're in the UK, but if you're in the UK, it's very difficult to do anything that will make money commercially. Normally, if you have to buy something, if you have to design something with electronic parts, once you've designed it and you've bought the board and bought all the parts and you've built it, the price you can buy it from somewhere else was probably less than what you spent for the parts. So there'll be no money left in it for you. So sorry to say, but this is the state of affairs. The only chance you've got is if somebody really wants it, and you'd have to sell enough of it so quickly, because if it's sold in any sufficient amount, more than likely the Chinese or whatever, they would remodel it, reverse engineer, create a new version, or if it's open source, anyone can create a new version. and they can do it at a much cheaper rate. So I'm not saying that's bad or anything, I'm just saying that's what happens. So basically, I've been trying to sell my product. I've made a circuit board for years, since 2019. I sold 2 and I haven't sold any more since. You've got to market it. Once you're the designer, you're the website builder, you're the brochure developer, you're everything, but then you've got to be the marketer, right? And to convince people, you've got to go to a show, you've got to get the money to go to a big show, you've got to show your stuff off, and give everyone the confidence to buy it. And they are just going to buy what they've been buying for years. Only 2. Yeah. I sold 2 initially when I started the company up. That's the reason I started it up. And then, I don't know. If you work full time, you get. If you're holding down a day job as well. And so I got a day job and I've got my own company. And I spent 10 years of programming this thing, and designing the hardware and everything. And after 10 years, I really had enough of it. I'm sick of seeing it. So, I had brochures printed out and little information cards and all sorts. Designed it up. I designed everything myself and had it printed out. And I'm not saying it's not there. I keep it as a backup plan. That's all I do. I could probably set myself up in a van and install my own equipment and probably make a living at it, seeing as I know a lot about the subject. But what I want to do, I didn't want to install it. I want to manufacture and distribute it. I don't want to install the stuff. Just want to get it, built. Even get the PCBs populated. But to market it, people they'll just, people in companies, they'll buy. It doesn't matter if you give them one for free and you showed your face there a few times. They'll buy. They might buy one off you, but then as soon as a few weeks or months go past, they'll forget about it. They just buy what they've been buying in the past. I always think your product has got to sell itself. I think I could get it to sell itself, but I need to do a show. I need to go to one of the shows and set up a full stand with all in. But even now, all that kind of stuff now, it's just overwhelmed with the microcontrollers now. So my stuff would look old compared now. So you've literally got to keep going. I went and developed a complete platform. Instead of going down the route where everyone goes, they go and get a system like what's it called now? Home Assistant, and they go and log on to that, or what was the other one? There's loads of them. They use MQTT. They this stuff, you can use other people's libraries and set up the stuff, but I've gone down the own route of doing my own stuff, my own basically my own version of it. Before there was a version of it, if you know what I mean. But you've got to get some impact. You've got to get the system out there, get people using it, supporting it. And what happens with me, if you leave it too long, if you're working on your own, you can't keep up, and you get to a stage where you just get burnt out and whatever. I showed my system off quite all over the years, different places, and everyone seems to say that you should be on Dragon's Den. Why don't you go on Dragon's Den and all this kind of stuff? But times move on. My stuff now was probably no good anymore, but it will still be functional. So anyway, that's why I haven't quit my day job yet. I'm still doing it, and so I've been on my day job all day, all week, and now I do this for 4 hours a night. But I'm enjoying this, so you know what I mean. So it's all right. Anyway, so we've got it up and running. So if I click the span, there we go. We've got a pop-up window, and if I click any of these, let's say 50, it's gone. So what we need now is a little label here that says the same as this, span with a value, and it sets it there. So we're almost done here. Doesn't actually do anything yet, but and we auto introduce, if it's already visible, make it invisible. So there's something we've got to do. So when we click on it, so there's your span pop-up, but we're going to have to go down to the other span labels. No, that's that one. So it's the next one underneath it. So by putting the things layered going down, you can go down and find it in the code, you see. So we want the span button. There's a span button. You can just go down to, it works off the border, so click on that, go to the definition, which is going to take me here. Now if it's making it visible, so I need to put a check in here really, and just say if span pop-up window border visibility is equal to visible, then I should start with not equal, because its default state is invisible or hidden. So I should put, if it's not equal to visible, then make it visible, else the opposite of that is just make it hidden. So that's all you need for that. So if the span pop-up window border dot visibility is not equal to visible, make it visible, else make it hidden. So that span button will bring it up, and if I don't click on it, I can click back on the span and it will disappear. So span, there you go. So I just choose one of these, so 100 Hz. At the minute we've chosen it, it shows you that mouse left down on 6. So what we want is a nice little label here now in blue, the same as the original radio. So just about here saying span. So we're going to lose another few pixels here now, because there's various stuff that we need to have along there. So yeah, let's do that, then we can get this little bit finished for tonight. So what we want is, further up we need a label and a value. There's no border on it, it's just text. Yeah, so we can just take a text block, right, we'll take a text block. Now we need to put it up. It's there's your line, and you've got your K's, so we'll take it above there. Like I said, you can put it anywhere, but I'm just keeping it. That's your span pop-up window, and we're in this tab here now. Actually, that is that part of it. See, on this radio we can't actually swap the main waterfall display out. We can change it for a 3D version, but we still keep the top bit. Yeah, so this bit has to be outside of the tab, which has to be underneath over there. So we're going to have to go up until we can find. So we've come out of the tab control. We've got back border. What is that? Oh, that's your function menu. So we've got to go right up above the function till we get to frequency. So there's a lot going on. Right, so you got your, that's there, so we're in the right area. So we could put it anywhere really. Hang on. So let's keep it up. So that canvas is the bar graph. Meter canvas. Right, okay, so that's probably the best place. Default meter. No, that's a different one. So keep going. There's your main VFO, so it's here. Bar graph, so power control. So there is a level somewhere, one with a function mode. Oh, there it is. So just underneath there. So under all this really. Yeah, so we're going to put it here. So in here I'm going to put a little value. Can this editor allow you to manually adjust position of that button on the app? The old Visual Basic Editor used to, and it probably would. Let's try it. So I'm going to need a canvas left and top for this control. So we'll put that there. And we need to bring it down. Would that work if the dragon's that object? If dragging the object, then it should mad adjust code too. You probably can. Let's try it. Here we go. I'm going to click on it. No, it's not that kind of editor where you can drag it. So there probably would be a way, but I don't do that on this one. No, I don't do it. So what you see is what you get. Drag it around and stuff. No, it's more. This is like the easy way of doing it. Then you've got your code behind doing it in programming. Ah, yeah, no, everyone's got that. Everyone clever has got some kind of dyslexia. Yeah, I reckon I'm dyslexic. I'm undiagnosed autistic, dyslexic, and what was the other one? Yeah, whatever else. Undiagnosed everything. Right, so this one's going to be... oh, it is span actually. That was a good call. I never even wrote it down. It is span, but it needs to be in Dodger Blue. Dodger Blue. We need to bring it over, so the top needs to come down. Something like that, actually. Yeah, it's not bad. And we need to go over with it, so I'm just putting it where it appears on the radio. Something like this. Back a bit. It's too far over. Something like that. Yeah. So that's where it goes. Could it go a little bit up? Yes, I suppose it could, but we'll leave it there. Right, so we've got the text block span. That doesn't need to be editable. Because it's always there for some reason. Now this one is going to be the value. It's the same height but moved over. That's too far. That's not bad. Actually not bad at all. Let's have a look. No, it's too far. Let's come back a couple. No, that's the wrong one. Wrong one. Okay, 6, 4. That's not bad, so we'll have to write a justify this because it's going to be a value. Yeah, so we're going to make sure it's Let me just have a look at the style, see if it horizontal. No, we haven't got a horizontal on it, so what we're going to have to do is add it here. So horizontal alignment is going to be right justified. That's it. So right justify it. We need to give it a name. X name. This is so you can reference it from the code behind. And this is going to be the span. What do we call it? I created a new thing. Can't remember what it called it now. Span pop-up window. No, that's not it. Current frequency span. So it's the frequency span. So frequency span, and it's a text block. Text block, keep it same, capitals. So that's how we get it. So you can only have one called frequency span text block, and the value for it would be default, I'll say 50 KHZ. Right, so we just need to make sure that's not overwriting the screen. It is a bit, so we need to bring it back a bit. Let's have a look at that. Still a bit too fine. So let's go 598. That's not bad. So span needs to be sufficiently away from it. So our maximum span is 1,000. Oh no, it's not. What is it? Yeah, 1,000 K. So if I type in 1,000 K, sorry, 1,000 K. In fact, let's select that. So 1,000 K. Actually, it says K on the pop-up menu and kilohertz on there. So there, that's yeah. So we want it to say KHZ kilohertz. That's small k, is it? That's weird. They do it with a small k. KHZ. Right, so you can already see it's too far over. Horizontal alignment right. That's weird. Why does that keep... Has it got a content alignment? No. That is weird. Why does it keep moving over if I'm aligning it right? Strange. Background, margin, padding. It's got a width and height. Maybe the width is too small then. If you get weird things going on, it's probably the width. The width isn't matching it. Yeah, it's bigger than the width. So you can make the width, let's say 100. Okay, so let's say 80, 70. It looks a centre line to me, but anyway. So I don't think it's aligning properly, this one. It should be. Right, so if I make the width 170, now it's in the middle. It's not doing alignment. Why not? Right, let's have a look at that one. What is going on? Oh, am I looking at the wrong one? Looks off to me, yeah. I'm looking at the wrong one. I was looking up here. So, centre alignment. So it's not overriding it. I'm using this somewhere else, so I can't modify this one. Yeah. So, horizontal, why I should be able to override this. Oh, text wrapping wrap. So it's about to wrap. I need a different one. Right, let's make a new style. Right, we're going to create a new style, and we're going to call it text block style. So what this is going to be called, this is the Dodger blue. Actually, there's some different colours. So center above the waterfall on a status. Let's just say status area. Status text block style. Status bar. Yeah, so we call it a status bar, even though it's not at the bottom or the top, it's in the middle. Status bar text block style. Right, okay. So we need to be able to override it. We don't want no text wrapping. Oh, text alignment center, there it is, there's the problem. So we'll have it text right. Okay. Font weight can stay, everything else can stay. That can be right. Right, so we'll use this one instead. And we'll paste that over there. So we no longer need any of this. Where's it gone? I'll take out the Dodger blue as well. That's what we'll do. We'll put the Dodger blue in the code behind. Where are you? So foreground. Have I got anything with foreground on? Oh yeah, there's one. So this is a style. We're creating a style here. So the reason for creating a style is to save typing all this into the list. You can just select it by that. Right, so that should be enough. Let's see what we got. So if I go back over here, that's where it's going to sit. If I suddenly make the width longer, say 200, it's going to align it right, so that's fine. So we can get rid of that, and we'll make that style there. We'll copy that. Oh, that's got to be a border style. No, it's a text block, so we can copy that one to this one. Okay, and we can get rid of the Dodger blue, and if we want to change the foreground colour, we just add foreground colour to it. So everything else looks good. Yeah, that's it. So we might want to bring that back now, so bring the left back to somewhere where we want it. We can afford to go a little bit over. Yeah, so that's always going to appear there now. It's never going to be any bigger than 1000 kilohertz, because that's the maximum. It's always going to shrink, so, and it'll always be aligned right, so the gap between span and that will change. And that's it on that. That span can stay where it is. So what we need to do, frequency span text block. So we need to use one of these selection things. So when we update these, we need to set the current span so the system knows about it. Holy shit, I thought it is code blocks editor. I have PTSD from that editor. It looks like code blocks, yeah. I've never looked at that. Looks good now, yeah. Let's just welcome everyone in. That's a long username, isn't it? God. I'll try and say it. Chorus Nick Tren not non Judo Stoop 4309. Wow. Yeah, so anyway, right, so we're going to when we select it, we can either do a lookup, we can just make the text equal, so we'll call it 1K. Let me just see what happens when you select 1K. It just says 1 kilohertz, 1K HZ. That's the type of thing. So we're updating the label. There's probably more efficient ways of doing it, but at least we do it and it works, and we can move on to the next bit. Okay, so we just got to change this, so that will be actually that will be 2K, and this will be 2K, and then we go with 5K. So we want this for the simulated waterfall. We've got to have this, definitely have this. So what's this, 10K? 10 kilohertz, 20K, 20 kilohertz, and 50K, 50 kilohertz, 100K, and 100 kilohertz, and then we've got a few more, 200 kilohertz, 200 kilohertz, and then the last one 1000. Okay, so that's that. And a default one, we said we'd like to have 50 kilohertz as our default one. So if we can't set it, we'll just set it back to 50. What are you doing here? It looks like you simulating baller car stereo unit. Ah, right. Well, I'll show you. Right, so let's just see what we've got here. This is a amateur radio project, ham radio. This is a software front end to a real radio, and this is part photo or part image and part AI generated representation of the radio, the actual radio, doubled in size, and we've got colours on it. The older one's monotone and a bit more basic graphics, so, well, to say the least. Well, it's about 8 or 9 years old, that radio is. We've still got massive, great functionality though. It's brilliant little 100-watt radio, very reliable Japanese radio. So we're just going to breathe a little bit of life back into it, more modern front end. Anyway, so we bring up span. There we go. So we're defaulting to 1000. Why is that? Oh, that's what I writ in. So what I've got to do is initiate that from the offset. So what we need to do is stop what we're doing and take this 50. I've said my default is 50. So I need to go somewhere to the top of the window. Right, and we need to do something or other. So we're going to just say frequency span text block is 50 Hz. That's it. because we know we're starting with, I mean, what it'll do is it'll load up what's on the radio. Yeah, cool, yeah. Nice one. So when we load in our settings from an XML file or SQLite 3 database, it's probably going to be an XML file, or maybe not. It'll write to these things. So anyway, so we've got a new. Yeah, we're doing okay. So I'll put it there for now. It probably needs to go in a better place. Let's have a look. We've created simulated waterfall. So it is something to do with the simulated waterfall. So I'll tell you what. Let's not have that there then. Let's go into this constructor. Right, so we'll put it here. So we need to pass in a text block. So this is the actually I'm going to call it the same as the real text block so I know where to find it. It's frequency span text block. So we're going to call it the same name, frequency span text block. I'll give it I don't mind giving it the same name. So we're going to come in here and we're literally going to, we might want to set it as we change it. So let's do it that way. So in order to do that we need to create another one of these. And then I will have to put a lowercase f on it now. So, alright, so we're going to copy that up there. Public. Now this could be private static, couldn't it? Let's make it private static. Does it need to be static? Probably not. No, not make it static. Right, so we're going to do that. We're actually going to. We'll do a bit of a this dot equals. Oh, sorry, it's my fault. I copied the text block out. Right, so we're going to pass into the constructor the name of the text block we want to update, and so some of this stuff we could move instead of having it in this section here. Actually, where are we? We've moved along a bit. Oh, we've moved up, so we'll take it down at the bottom. So yeah, this bit here. So instead of doing it all here, we could just, yeah, we're bloating the function out here, so let's just send it to a routine that does it. So what I'll do is I'll create a, dragging on a bit now, so private, it needs to be public, sorry, public, we could make it static. Now if we made it static, we're not going to find that one, so yeah, we can make it static. Let's just make it static. And then if we did make it static, we no need to do any of this anymore. So we pass it in. Right, how do we do this then? So if that's a static one, no, we're always going to reference that one in the first place. No, it's not a good idea. So we don't pass it in. No, that's a text. I don't know, this is a different way of doing it. Let's try to do it the old way. Public void. Change. What's it called? Span. Span. Snap again. Change. Oh yeah, I'm going all wrong there. Change span frequency. Okay, so we're just going to change it. So we need to pass in the byte frequency span. Now, change the span frequency. What do we call it? Frequency span. Yeah. Okay, we can call it frequency span. Right, so in there, we're going to use frequency span. We're going to go over to this and move all this. Right, I just need to pop along just a small interim again. How do? God, I just realised it's getting cold. Do I need the fan on anymore? Maybe. Right, what is going on? I ain't got a clue. 4 hours 35. I was supposed to be finishing about an hour and a half ago. God. Shit, let's get this bit finished. Let's get it finished. So, what are we doing? Oh, we're going to move all this over there. Now, we've got to create a constructor for this. And we've got to pass in a text block. So let's just do that. So we're passing in the frequency. Yeah, we're doing that. So we're going to have to create a constructor. So we've got to go over here, up to the top. There's a few ways of doing stuff. So if you want to use it, you've got to create an instance of it. So first you've got to create a public simulated waterfall. No, that's not the name of it. Hang on. What's the name? Yeah, that's it. So just that. So it's the same name, and get rid of that. So it just goes simulated waterfall. That's it. So create a variable for it. And it could be, I tell you what, it doesn't have to be public, it could be private if you want. Okay, so when we create it, we need to create it, so we need to go down here somewhere like this and put the information for it. So simulated waterfall equals a new simulated waterfall, and it wants an argument as a good night. Let's say good night. Have a nice evening. Good night. Grazie. I don't know. Thanks for joining in. Welcome anytime. Have a good day. Good night. So, new simulated waterfall. We need to pass in the name of the, if we can find it, text block that needs to be updated when we change it. So pass that in. Is there anything else that needs to be updated? Yeah. Not really. No. Just need to tell it where the control is that needs to be updated. So that will create a new one. And so you could. So when we create it, we're in here. This is the constructor. So we're making that equal this variable, so we can use it down here. So once we change span, so we need to now then move all that stuff we put in here. If we can find it. Not that bit, this one here. So what we need to do then, so we'll leave that in there if you like, but what we could do is just issue this command. So we need to go in here. We need to go simulated waterfall dot change the span frequency. Now the span current frequency, so let's create do that for it, but we won't be able to do that until we've selected it, which it needs to be moved down the bottom, but all this is going to go soon as well. Right, so the whole idea of moving that was so what we can't, so if we're going to move it, we won't be able to do it from there. So let's put it back in. Put it back in. Right, that's okay. Now we don't have a current frequency, so we're going to have to use the switch value. So we're going to take the code out and directly use it to change the frequency. That's a uint and it's expecting a byte. So you could do, you can either change the name of the value or just replace it with that. It won't like it, so you got to convert to byte. Going back to convert to byte, that's it. Now all this now can then go up out of here. So that's all we need there. Right, so now we have got some logic in here that could be shifted over to the other one, but maybe not. So let's just put this in here, and it will be not like in the frequency span text block. So, but we will if we change it to that one, which is a pointer to the original one, sort of. Right, so the other thing now, it doesn't know what this is, so we need to give it that value. Frequency span. There we go. So now we've moved all that block of code away from the main part. So we still should have the main functionality, but we have got other code in there as well. So we've made that smaller. Now this one is multi and start and end. This is the buttons that can. So that one is the simulated waterfall. So that's all to do with that. So really this one needs to be gone as well. So we need one called select simulate waterfall, mouse select and button down. So these are controls, the waterfall controls. So there's your waterfall class. Set the span frequency. What are we going to do? What we're going to say? So it's these here. So it's your waterfall buttons. Yeah, waterfall buttons. Are they up a bit? No, they're nowhere. Right, down is, it goes down, doesn't it? Yeah, down, down, down. Anyway, so your waterfall buttons is all this. So we need to create a routine called, well, the buttons come before the span. So you don't get the span until you press the button. So let's process the buttons first. Public void. So we're not changing it, we're clicking it. Yeah, and they've got to change some labels as well eventually, but for now so let's just say button click. It's not really a button click, although it is. It's a selection of, it's a button, selected button. Let's just say button selected. Button selected. Let's say button selection for change. There we go. Okay, so button selection. Go back to this. So we want to do a simulated waterfall dot button selection. Send the code in, and then close it off. It'll say it doesn't like, it's got no parameter, so we need to give it same again, but not that value. So we need to say button selected, just say button. It's not really a button, but we'll call it a button. So switch value button. Why didn't it? We didn't save it. So we need to go back to here. So it's not liking that. Why is that? Cannot convert UINT to byte. Okay. Right, fair play. We could have just made that a byte to start with, but we'll do it this way. Convert to byte. There's a few stupid ideas, but you got ints, uints, int 32, int 16, unside ints, bytes. So we're going to take that over there and cut it out and make this slightly smaller, and then go into here and paste it all into there. And we're going to go button clicked, button selection. So what we're actually doing, simulated button, we're clicking a button. Speed, so we're just reusing a button. It doesn't make sense to use a button, so I say button clicked. That'll do. Okay, let's put that in there. Right, so it doesn't know what span pop-up window border is. So why doesn't it know what that is? Let's have a look. This is one of the controls here, so we're going to have to pass the bot. So what do we say? What's it looking for? Span pop-up window border. Oh, it's changing the visibility. So to change the visibility of a control, we can either, when we initialize it, we'll send it in here. So a border, and then we get the name. Well, the name is this one. So that's why I name it border at the end, so I know it's what value to put here. If I just put span pop-up window, I don't want to know what it is, so I'd think it was a window. Anyway, so now we can do that. So we want to do so private border span pop-up window border. That's it. And we just got to do another one. This dot span pop-up window border equals span pop-up window border. And now in the constructor it's going to fail, so we need to go back up the top where we constructed, instantiated it, and put the name of the control. There we go. so now we're okay, and it knows what these are. Right, so that's good so far. Gotta go all the way back down to the bottom. Simulated water, left mouse button. Right, okay, so we've got those two controls there. Now we're setting that visibility there. Right, so we could move that now to this piece because we've just put that. So let's do that now. Let's get rid of that out of there and put it in here, which is which bit? Span pop-up window. So it's change the frequency. Is that the one? Change the span frequency, yeah. So that could just go. You need to make it visible. You can either make it visible at the end of changing the value or at the start. I suppose it won't matter. Let's do it at the front, at the top. Let's do it at the top. There we go. So we've moved a bit more code out of the way, and the only reason it knows where that is, it's because we've made a variable that equals the one that was passed in for the pointer. Anyway, so what have we got so far? Is that it? Have we said, yeah, we've got this pretty much looking the same. Okay, so we're going to have another one for, that's one for the span, we're going to have the one for speed. Yeah, all the one's got to go to bed. I've got to go to bed as well. Right, you're right. Oh yeah, I'll go for another few minutes. 5 hours. That's a lot of time on a Friday night. Anyway, let's see if it works. So we've got span. And what we haven't done is when we change that, that's still showing the wrong value. Right, let's set that value. That's not right. Oh yeah, we're about to change it in here. So what we need to do, we've passed in. Oh, I'm on the wrong bit. Hang on. Right, so we've passed in the span text block. So what we've got to do is make it equal whatever it is there. Set the frequency. So we've got to issue. So we pass it in, and we'll just change the span frequency here. We can issue that locally. So we're going to set it to a default at the minute, and the default will be current span frequency. So we give it something to start from. Obviously, if you close the radio down or run the program, it might load it from a file, but I don't think it matters as long as it goes to something. If it starts getting a bugbear, then you've got to write it in the part that boots it up. So if we run that now, we should have that set to 50k, which is that default value there. There you go, 50 kilohertz, there it is. So when I open this up, now does it highlight the one you're already on? Let's have a look, span. Yes, it does. So that's another thing we need to do. It actually highlights the one that is set. So that should have made that blue. So what we need to do now is being able to access that one. So we need to make that one. So what we need to do is we'll have to pass in a load of them things. That's a pain. Right, let's have a look. So we need to find the bit that we've made invisible. Main frequency label. Where is it? No, I've gone right past it, haven't I? Yeah. So I need to go down. I need to find that now. Oh yeah, it's this window I'm trying to find. Function menu. I think it was underneath function menu. No. So I wonder where I put that. Simulated waterfall. Oh, with pop-up. I put it in there. It's actually in the tab. Okay, fair enough. So there it is. It'll be hidden, but I can get to the. So yeah, the text blocks. It's the background border I need to get to, and I can't get to it unless I've got an X name. So each border is going to have an X name. That's a shame. No, I can do it. I can do it in the function. Right. So here, yeah, because we sender as a border. So I can change the border background here to whichever one is selected. So I can either send it to the function, which I'll have to do. Now the selected one is just going to be Dodger Blue. So I could probably do it from in here. Right, so this is the button selection now. It's just change the span frequency. So we need to highlight the one that is current, which will be the one that's current. So yeah, it's just when you open it, it shows you the one you got it set to. So it is a border. The sender is a border variable. So if we should be able to do border. Right, so we should be able to do border dot background equals new solid color brush. Why has it done that? Solid. Why does it do that sometimes? Solid. I've got to select it. Color brush. Colors. Dodger Blue. Right, so we set the background for Dodger Blue. But once we've clicked it and gone away, we've got to send it back again. So the mouse click now. This is span pop-up. So let's just see if it sets it to Dodger Blue. Should do. Good night, dragon. Oh, it must have gone. Dragon. I can't spell all that. That's it. Sorry, I missed it. Right. Anyway, good night there. So you go span, and it's not showing the 50. Wonder why it is. So the sender as a border. So border background, new solid colors, Dodger Blue. Code, variable code, border tag, 2 string. That's weird, isn't it? So it didn't actually set it to Dodger Blue. Shame. So it got the thing as a border, and then it got the tag off the border. so I can't set background to. That is weird. Oh, no, maybe that's no good there. I'm in the wrong span pop-up canvas. Mouse, oh, that's the mouse down, so it needs to be, sorry. It needs to be, hang on. Mouse left button click. Button selection, yeah, it needs to be done in here. No, that's the other button. So I don't think there is a way of doing it. Yeah, because this is after we clicked it, not before, then it'll disappear. So we need to probably give each one an X name. That's a shame. Right, so we've got to give each one an X name. So 1K, and it'll be the border, even though we've tagged it. Okay. Maybe we can do it. So we're in this bit. We've got the border of the button that sent it. No, I still need to identify it, so yeah. Okay, so we'll have to give it an X name. We call this, what do we call this? One. Can't have it, can we? 1K border. 1K border. No, it doesn't like the one. So, underscore. Yeah. 1K border. This is not a very good way of doing it. 2K border. It'll work, but it's a little bit what do you call it? Not a nice way. And the problem is we've got to. We'll have to We'll have to send in. Yeah, we'll have to send in the main window. We won't be able to pass all these in, so we'll just send the main window. Hard code it, which is probably okay, seeing as we're not going to do much else with it. 50K border. Why have I got that howling away in the background? That's weird, isn't it? Let that talk. I had all the fans on, so I couldn't hear it now. Turn the fans off. It's annoying everyone. Right, so are we getting there? Nearly. And this is the last one. Okay, so that should do it. We know what the format is, so what we're going to have to do is pass in main window. And if we pass main window, we don't need to pass these in. Okay. Let's pass in main window. Get rid of all that. So we're going to have main window, main window. Oh god. Main window, main window. So this main window equals main window. Get rid of them. So all we got to do is put main window in front of anything that doesn't like. That's it. Oh, don't forget the dot. Hang on, did that wrong. So main window dot. Why doesn't it like it? Does not exist. Main window. Oh, I see. There we go. Typo. Main window. Oh, more typo. There you go. So that takes care of that. We just want to put that anywhere else that moans about it. What's that then? Oh, yeah, it needs the full name now. The F. Right, okay, so we've got it all going like that. Right, fair play. Now we need to, when we select it, oh, we just need to if your span is selected, we need to set it to button clicked. Right, that's after. Change the span frequency. Anyway, let's see what's going on. Will that work? Build. Right, so we just need to pass in this. Pass this in. That's it. Right, let's have a look. Oh dear. So we open that up. It's not going to do anything because I haven't told it yet. So as soon as we click that, it needs to, whatever the current one is, make the border. Yeah, so we need a bit of a statement in there. So whichever we click for that's, yeah, so we click that and we go over to, where's it gone? So simulate waterfall, mouse left button click, then we select the button, and all we've got to do is do a bit of a thing in that there somewhere. Button selection, which is here. We've got to tell it if it's span, button selection, so it's making it visible, yeah. Okay. So we've got to do a bit of a thing here to switch the button. So I'm going to extend this a bit here. We can either build it in. Let's build it in here. So visible, visible, and then we come out of here. Then we've got to do a switch case again. Within the switch case, switch. That'll be current current frequency span. Switch the current frequency band case and work out frequency spans. The first one is 1K. Okay, then we got to do 2K, 3K, 4K. So if we do it down here, if we swap, copy all this up here. Save us typing it out again, all of it. Right, and now we got to delete some stuff. So we're not after doing any of this anymore. No, we just want to change the colour. So let's get rid of that out of there. Right, it's a Friday night gone now. It's gone, isn't it? All gone. Oh dear. Never mind. One watching. God. Everyone's gone to sleep. Of course they have. Let's finish this last little bit off. So we're going to go main window. Dot. Underscore. 1K border. Dot. Background. Equals new solid color brush, solid color brush, colors, Dodger blue. Okay, so that's the background. So I need to do the same for all these. That's probably a much easier way of doing it now, but anyway. Once it's done, it's done. So we want 2K, 5K, 10K, 20K, 50K, and 100K, 200K, and 1000K. Okay, so that's all we need to do, and default will be 50K. So we're switching current frequency, that's it. And that shouldn't, that's going to be a bit awkward there, but anyway. Yeah, so if it's anything else, we need to set that to frequency. Switch the frequency, scan. We really ought to set that. So set that to Dodger blue, and the frequency span equals 50K. Give it back. What am I doing? What's happened there? Oh, it's gone stupid. So we're setting, and it's done it again. What the hell is going on? Is this AI trying to help you? Right, so we'll set it for 50K. If it's anything other, it should never be, but and we'll make the colour the best. Right, okay. So what's next? Is that it? Oh, we've done it. Let's try it out. See if it works. All that just to get the background colour of the default one. And the problem is now when you click it, you either got to make it disappear before it changes colour. Let's try it. So there's your 50K, and on the real one it's changes the foreground colour to white, so we've got to do that. So if I choose another one, it disappears. Oh, we got two on, so we need to clear the colours. So if I select that one, it just disappears off and sets it, so that's okay. Oh, there we go. So what I've got to do is clear the colours. So currents, frequencies, so we're going to switch it, we need to clear it off. Needs to make a temporary colour and lose not persistent. Default back again. You could probably bind it in a certain way to, anyway. Well, I've actually been on that long, people have gone off now. 5 hours, yeah. Right, so what do we need to do to clear this? Right, so, I think we're going to leave it at that for now. That'll be enough. Let's close that down, and I've had enough now. So we'll go on to, we'll run up the program. Go on to span. It comes up, it goes away. Comes up, goes away. And we've got two. Yeah, so we need to clear those. Change the foreground, that's okay. So what have we done today? We've created some buttons, created a span section there and a label. We set up a range that needs to be adjusted when we change the span, which we haven't done. So we took 5 hours to do, over 5 hours to do a little bit. Oh my dear. Anyway, that's it for today. I'm out of here, thanks for watching, and goodbye, and 73. No music today, so catch you on the next one, bye bye.